Where's Evan? Let's take our seats, folks. Everyone, please take your seats. One minute? Okay.
I was sitting there and I didn't realize somebody had lowered my chair. And I could just about see over the monitor.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. This is the Village of Ridgewood Village Council reorganization meeting on January 4th, 2023. The time is 6:30. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same, as provided by law, of a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Perrin.
Here.
Councilwoman Reynolds.
Here.
Councilman Vagianos.
Here.
And Mayor Knudsen is absent.
Please join me in the flag salute.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in a moment of silence for our men and women serving in the armed services and for our first responders. And now I'd like to invite Reverend Palsma up to the mic to conduct the invocation.
Yes, correct.
Should have a light on it.
If I may, I am retiring in April. And I just wanted to say thank you to the council for all the help that you've given me as the head of the clergy for a number of years. I'm not the head of the clergy now here in Ridgewood, but we had a lot of things that went on, and Matt, you were very helpful too, especially with some of the prayer gatherings that we were going to have and what have you. But you've always been helpful, and I just wanted to thank you all for that, and I hope that's relayed to Susan and Michael as well. So let us pray. Almighty God, who is called by many names, we as the Village of Ridgewood come together to give thanks for the opportunity to reorganize the membership of our council and to bless its future work among us. We first give thanks for Mayor Susan Knudsen and for former Deputy Mayor Michael Seaton, for their leadership and dedication to the various difficult and fruitful tasks to which they have been called. Bless them in their new endeavors, and may they leave their respective offices knowing that they have served this village of Ridgewood to the best of their abilities. We now pray for the new electees, Evan and Siobhan, as they work together alongside Pamela, Paul, and Lorraine. May they together do their work in the spirit of wisdom, kindness, and justice. Help them use their authority to serve the people of this village as lovers of truth and justice. And lastly, help us also, as citizens of this great village, to respect these council members and each other, especially when views differ, so that without partisan antagonism, we together may provide a better direction for the common good of all. This we pray in the mystery of your holiness. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Palsma. We'll now take comments from the public for a total of 40 minutes, and each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address before you begin.
Is the light on?
Is that on?
Aditya?
Hello.
That's better.
We hear you now.
Sure. Thank you. Aditya Singh, 182 Mountain Avenue, Ridgewood. So I'm here for 2 different comments, one from me, a short one, and then from Ellie Gruber, which I will read out loud. So let me start by saying thank you. Thank you to Susan Knudsen for her services to the village. Personally, I benefited a lot by her partnership, membership, and as a co-founder of Ridgewood Indian Community, we are really grateful and thankful to her. From a nascent community, now we are 1,000+ strong. She helped us establish, assimilate, and now kind of a tradition of what we celebrate, our events, and get together in Ridgewood. So thank you for that. Now, the comment on behalf of Ellie Gruber. I'm sorry that I cannot be here in person, but hopefully this will be read aloud. Tonight is a bittersweet time for me. I cannot imagine the village council meetings without the leadership of Susan Knudsen. For years and years, she has guided the village with extreme care. Susan has a quality that we need and will miss: institutional memory. Without this, mistakes are made. Ideas are not thought through. She is smart and always thinks of the residents first. Earlier on, when she was a minority voice as a council member, she was not afraid to speak out. As mayor, she presided over a council that had divergent views, but in the end, so many projects that improved our life and health. Top among this was the successful effort to keep our water as pure as possible. Through no fault of our own, dangerous, forever chemicals crept into our once pure aquifer. Second was the new master plan. For years, our master plan was out of date, but she presided over a years-long effort to create an effective master plan. This was no small accomplishment, and as usual, led to constant criticism and nasty accusations at the microphone. And of course, the Shadler House and Property. She stopped a project that would have placed a large baseball field, concession stand, and lights on the east side of town. An historic house would have been replaced by a concrete coach and equipment house. Those residents would have suffered. No thought was given to them. So thank you, Susan, for your incredible fortitude and care for all of us. I will miss seeing you at the podium. Ellie Gruber. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening. Happy New Year. Manish Shremali, 625 Terhune Road, Ridgewood. I'd like to touch upon a couple of topics today. First one, thanks to Chris and Village Engineering team for providing a comprehensive update on Shedler Park efforts last month. The December update was one of the most detailed, clear, and relevant update we have heard so far, so appreciate the update from them. We would like a similar update on a quarterly basis, if that's possible. That's the request for the council and the engineering department. The next topic is I'd like to also request the incoming council members to continue the focus on completion of this long-running project. I look forward to working with all of you in improving our town. Lastly, I'd like to also thank Mayor Knudsen for her great service and leadership over a decade. She has been instrumental in setting a stage for executing a few of most complex projects and challenges our village has faced in the last 10+ years. Ms. Mayor, you have made our town better in countless ways. We, the residents, truly appreciate the hard work and dedication you have shown during your tenure. I wish her the best of luck in her future endeavors. I'd also like to welcome Ivan and Siobhan, and looking forward to closely working with them. Thank you.
Good evening, Tony Damiano, 274 South Broad Street. First of all, I would like to congratulate Siobhan and Evan. I know you will do us proud. I'm really here tonight to talk about the decorations the past season, or the lack of them. I emailed all of council my thoughts. We are really so lackluster, other than our glorious Christmas tree and the presents that the gardeners do. We are barren. I walked all of Ridgewood Ave handing out the magazine with my guild secretary, and we were really so lackluster. The pots left over from summer are all willy-nilly scattered around town, and at this time of year they are nothing but ashtrays. The menorah, 10th anniversary, nothing. We started playing around with the pots, and we can really inexpensively fill them with white branches and greenery, which is really not Christmas, not nothing, which will carry us through February. The same with the menorah, white branches, a little trim. The thing that surprised me most was our clock, which is really like a focal point in the park, and it just sat in a bed of dirt. I got responses back from Cynthia Hallaby from the Conservancy, Maria Geloso from the Women Gardeners. I do need to reach out to Nancy Bigos, but I would like to propose a plan for next year. Raise money. The guilds could certainly throw in some money towards this project. We're the hub of Bergen County, and yet smaller towns such as Teaneck, Totowa, even Inglewood, I know it's a little larger, Fairlawn, they all outshone us. And when people come into town, they want it to be festive. That's what helps the shopping and dining. We really need this. And during the day, I made the mistake of saying that the snowflakes are lackluster. I really didn't mean that. What I meant to say was, during the day, all the lights are out. The tree is out. The snowflakes are out. There is nothing going on. And some days are very gloomy. If we can light them up, I think it would help. I do think we need more of them. Clustering them would help. And I want to compliment Chestnut Street, who really, the merchants outshone Ridgewood Ave. But we really need to get that festiveness back in the downtown. And again, I'm willing to meet with any organization, any committee, to discuss a plan of action for next year. Thank you.
Hello, Gail McCarthy, 153 Hope Street. Tony, you can come and decorate my house next year. That would be great. I would love that. This evening, I'm sorry Susan isn't here. If you're watching, wherever the camera is, this is for you. I prepared to come here this evening, and I was thinking about something that my grandmother used to tell me, that when you feel gratitude and you don't express it, it's like wrapping a present and not giving it. So I want to express my gratitude to Mayor Susan Knudsen. Gratitude for your many years on the Village Council. Gratitude for your dedication to the people of this village, to assure we have healthy drinking water, excellent emergency services, police and fire services, beautiful parks and recreation areas. Thank you for your volunteerism all over town, innumerable, but especially for Jamboree for over a decade, where we became friends and began what has become just a wonderful relationship doing things for the village. I'm grateful to your family who shared you with our town, and I'm particularly grateful for your unmatched knowledge and your commitment to reasonable development for our village. Without it, our village would look and feel very different than it does today, and I think it looks wonderful. Generations to come, I hope, will share the same sentiment. I wish to congratulate Siobhan and Evan and wish you all the best as you begin your service on the Village Council. I appreciate all of your volunteerism on the council, everyone sitting in front of me, very much. Thank you very much.
Marcia Ringel, 250 Ferris Place, Ridgewood. While I'm going to speak in the past tense about Mayor Knutson's tenure on the council, she is not dead, only ill and resting. And I can tell you her voice sounded pretty bad this afternoon. I have seen Ridgewood councils and mayors come and go in this town for over 50 years. Susan Knutson took those jobs to a new level. She was the most accessible, responsive person in charge that we have ever had because she cared and she knew what to do to get things done. Those traits often reminded me of stories about New York City Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia in the 1930s and 40s, always battling for the underdog and often succeeding. Her schedule was jam-packed, and she gave her time generously and cheerfully. Susan accomplished more for the village than most people will ever know because she never boasted after a successful project, but instead turned to the next challenge. She often can't even remember some of the wonderful things she's done when asked to make a list of them. That's pretty rare. Not infrequently, others took credit for what she had done, but Susan is not a politician or a self-seeker. She entered municipal government the old-fashioned way to serve, and that's what she did. Elected officials can't satisfy everyone, but the slings and arrows thrown at Mayor Knutson on social media, in person at meetings, and even through the mails were probably unprecedented in their vitriol and lies, and yet she took it calmly and never stooped to the nastiness, even when she could have said plenty. Susan took seriously her oath of office to do her best for the town. Many times she could have changed course to get the loudest complainers off her back, but that was never her way. I came to respect Mayor Knutson personally and as a longtime resident and taxpayer. She saved taxpayers a fortune. I appreciate this opportunity to thank her publicly for doing a tough job extremely well for a long time. And Susan, if you're listening, thank you, Mayor. Your achievements will live on. Get well soon.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Reynolds, 550 Windmere Ave. We've grown accustomed to folks saying thank you, thanking veterans for their service. But it's in that same spirit that I would like to thank Mayor Knutson for her leadership. Thank you for the countless meetings you've attended, Susan. Thank you for making Ridgewood your priority and not backing down from making tough decisions and doing what was beneficial for our village. Thank you for all the thousands of little things that you've done behind the scenes and never really got any credit. Thank you for your willingness to share your time generously, like giving second graders a tour of Town Hall, like speaking at the interfaith group, like judging the car show, and my personal favorite, letting yourself being hoisted 40 feet up in the air to make the tree lighting a blast. Your commitment was not only commendable, but in my opinion, it set a very high bar. We also need to acknowledge her husband, John. I'm sure that it was his love and support that was a driving force behind her success. In closing, I'd like to wish nothing but the best for the incoming council, Evan and Siobhan. Let's make 2023 a great year for Ridgewood. Thank you.
Hi, good evening and Happy New Year. First, I would like to thank our outgoing mayor.
Please identify yourself.
Mayor Knutson.
Sir, please identify yourself for the record.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. My name is Mahmoud Hamza, 528 Amsterdam Avenue. So I start again. Happy New Year again, and we'll keep, I think, saying that. Never going to get tired of saying it. First, I would like to thank our outgoing mayor, the Honorable Mayor Knutson, for her hard work and her dedication to the village during her tenure. We all know that this is an unthankable job. Regardless of how hard you work, you will rarely get a thank you. Our best wishes for you in your next endeavor. Second, I would like to congratulate our two new council members. Now you are on the hot seat. I wish you the best. You have all our support. I know from talking to each of you personally that you care about our village and that you want to do the best for it. That being said, please understand that we will have differences in opinion. It is never personal. It is just different perspective or an alternate approach. I urge you to open your mind and heart to not only listen, but also to entertain what we have to say. Ridgewood is a very special for all of us. We love it. In my opinion, it has a personality and a charm of its own. We would like to keep it this way. Do not attempt to imitate other towns or municipalities. While I strongly believe in progress, but I also believe in a well-thought-of progress that will keep the character of our village while meeting different challenges that we will be facing going forward. Thank you, and the best of luck.
Dana Glazer, 61 Clinton Avenue. And I'm just here just to say very briefly, thank you so much, Susan Knudsen, if you're watching this. It really was a pleasure working with you, and I hope to work with you again in the future. And thank you, and Evan and Siobhan, wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hyunju Kwak, 278 Claremont Road. I'm speaking today as a longtime resident, and these opinions are mine only. I wanted to thank outgoing Mayor Susan Knudsen for her contributions and years of public service to this grateful community. She, for me and for many of us, embodied the best of public service, being open of mind, big of heart, and strong of will in her governance. I wish her only the very best in the next chapter of her life. Finally, congratulations to Siobhan and Evan, and for all of you on the Village Council. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Ellen Markfianda, 159 Oak Street. We just wanted to say a thank you to Susan for everything that she has done over the years on the council and as mayor of Ridgewood. She's cared about what goes on in Ridgewood, and she works tirelessly, giving her time and commitment, and she's fair to everyone all around. We are extremely grateful for her determination for being instrumental in bringing special needs housing to the village. Many families can rest easy knowing their adult children are in a good place, and we are one of those families. Our son is living there, and it's amazing to see him flourish, living and working on his own, growing into an independent young man. Susan, thank you again for all you have done throughout your years on the Village Council and as mayor of Ridgewood. You will be missed. And this is Matt.
Hello, Matt Fionda, 257 East Ridgewood Avenue. I just wanted to say thank you to Mayor Knudsen for all she has done for the village of Ridgewood and the special needs community. I especially want to thank Mayor Knudsen for bringing special needs housing to Ridgewood, even though you couldn't be here in person tonight. I wish you all the best of luck, and thank you again for all of your hard work in our village. Thank you.
Hi, Jean Tyson, 354 Fairfield Ave. I'm just wanted to come up and to say congratulations to Evan and to Siobhan and to the village residents, because I believe with the council that we are going to have them joining, we're going to have a really strong future for Ridgewood. I appreciate that. Susan, Mayor Knudsen, if you're watching, I hope that you're appreciating the value of the meeting being broadcast, and I hope that we'll be doing that in the future for our council meetings as well. I'm looking forward to the Shedler project coming through, and I'm looking forward to the pedestrian plaza and so many things that we've talked about and that the village has asked for and the residents have asked for, and I'm looking forward to a great future for the village of Ridgewood.
Any other public comments? Okay, before we go further, I would like to welcome U.S. Magistrate Judge Jose Almonte and Assemblyman DePhillips and Commissioner Ramon Hache. And now I'll move that the council minutes of November 30 and December 14th, 2022, having been reviewed by the council and now available in the village clerk's office, be approved as submitted.
Second. Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes.
The following resolutions, number 23-1 through 23-2, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the village council. They will be read by title only. Award professional services contract, social worker, health department. Rescind resolution number 22-414, award professional services contract, final design services, Safe Routes to School grant. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Vagianos?
Yes.
We're now going to move on to comments from village council members regarding Mayor Susan Knudsen. I'll begin. I venture to say that Ridgewood has never had a council member as committed, diligent, and creative as Susan Knudsen. No job has been too large or too small for her, be it drafting the master plan or orchestrating downtown for the holidays or even responding to constituents' phone calls. She never delayed. She threw herself into volunteering for Ridgewood, and she gave our town her very best efforts. I learned a lot from Susan with regard to procedure, personal relations, and leadership. And so, Susan, if you're listening, for your years on the Planning Board, the Zoning Board of Adjustment, and the Village Council, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Councilman Vagianos?
Vagianos. Susan, I have watched this council for almost 30 years. And in that time, you may have been the hardest working council member or mayor I have ever known. Your dedication to this village that we all love so much has been unparalleled. And let's face it, this is not an easy job. Nonetheless, you stepped up to serve when the vast majority of people are content letting others do the work. But public service is part of your family's tradition, isn't it? Serving on the front lines of your community isn't for everyone. It's a calling. You and everyone in your family have answered that call. And for those of you who aren't sure if serving as mayor is on the front lines, you should give it a try sometime. It's not as easy as it looks. Yeah, there were times when you and I went head-to-head on issues. But that's the way it's supposed to be, isn't it? What may be forgotten along the way is the number of times you and I agreed, and there were lots of those. At the end of the day, like Deputy Mayor Perrin, I have also learned so much from you. Thank you so much for your service.
Councilwoman Reynolds?
Thank you. First of all, let me say I totally agree with everything Pam and Paul said, absolutely. I want to sincerely thank Mayor Knudsen for all she's done for Ridgewood during the last 12 years. She started as a volunteer on the Zoning Board of Adjustment and served the village there for 4 years. She then took office as a council person in July of 2014 and has served for 8.5 years, 4 of those years as mayor. During her years on the council, Mayor Knudsen has accomplished so much. In no particular order, I'm just going to say rescinding Ordinance 3066, which for those of you out there who remember way back when, it protected Ridgewood from developers being in control. Mayor Knudsen championed the purchase of the Elks Club by the Water Department. She has supported the Water Department as they strive to bring us clean drinking water. Mayor Knudsen was on the Master Plan Subcommittee of the Planning Board and brought our beautiful master plan document to its final product. She also supported saving the historic Zabriskie Shedler House and really listened to the wants and needs of the Shedler neighborhood. The project has taken a long time, but unfortunately the required process does take time. It will get done, and we're in the home stretch, and it'll be a wonderful park and open space for our residents to use. Mayor Knudsen has helped hundreds and hundreds of residents over the years. Nobody knows how many she's helped. She gets, I can't even tell you how many phone calls every day. If you had a problem or an issue, she did her best to come to a reasonable solution. With one of the downtown residential projects, Mayor Knudsen worked closely with the developer, United Way and Madeline House, to bring much-needed special needs housing to Ridgewood. We heard tonight a young man who has benefited greatly from that. During Mayor Knudsen's tenure, she helped to bring a parking garage to Ridgewood. Whether you were in favor of the garage or not, she and Mike Seaton brought us a garage that fit on the lot. When nobody else could or would do it, they did it. It's a beautiful structure that fits within the surrounding buildings. Mayor Knudsen was instrumental in starting the process of taking over the town garage by eminent domain. It's a very long process, and I hope that the current council, along with Evan and Siobhan, will finish the process and put a pocket park there at the corner of Franklin Avenue and Walnut Street. It'll be a great addition to our central business district. Maybe Mayor Knudsen's biggest accomplishment came during COVID. She worked day and night with our health department to set up vaccine clinics for our residents. But then the vaccines stopped coming. It was decided that the vaccines were only going to be given to the megasites. Mayor Knudsen did not take that lightly. She called the governor. She talked to him. She told him everything Ridgewood has done to set up these clinics. Our residents needed it, and he agreed. He started giving the vaccines to Ridgewood. We owe her a huge debt of gratitude for helping to keep our residents protected. I also want to thank the Knudsen family for sharing her with us all these years. It is a sacrifice and very time-consuming to be a council person. Nobody has spent more time and effort in helping our community than Susan Knudsen. I'll cut this short. Ridgewood was so lucky to have Susan Knudsen on the council for 8.5 years. Susan is the most intelligent person I know. She's compassionate, extremely thorough, a problem solver, and very creative in finding solutions to problems. Ridgewood is so much better for having Susan Knudsen on the dais. Thanks, Susan.
We'll now move on to reading of the certificate of election for Evan Weitz.
Well,
right?
No, remarks from Susan.
Right, I'm
does
sorry.
Somebody?
Right. Our village attorney, Matt Rogers, is going to read a statement from Susan Knudsen.
Yes, just so everybody knows, Susan contacted me earlier today, late this afternoon. I could barely hear her on her phone because of her voice. She certainly sounded bad, but she regretted not being able to make it to the meeting tonight. She sent me a statement that she would like me to read into the record. It is with great regret that I could not be here this evening for my last meeting serving on Village Council and as Ridgewood's mayor. I had the honor and privilege of serving fellow Ridgewood residents for well over a decade, 4+ years on the Board of Adjustment and 8.5 years on the Village Council, including 2 terms as mayor, with 1 term as deputy mayor sandwiched in between. During my tenure on council, especially under my leadership as mayor, a great deal of work was done, a lot was accomplished, with much to be proud of. I'd like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to work with the talented and dedicated members of the village staff, residents who serve on village boards and committees, council colleagues and present, and to the many residents, business owners, and stakeholders I've worked with on countless countless issues over the years. I'm profoundly grateful for the hard work and dedication of the village manager, Heather Maylander, and the attorney, Matt Rogers. And I'm extremely thankful for the love and support of my friends and family. The village of Ridgewood is truly blessed. Congratulations to the new council. A successful and impartial governing body will best serve the interests of our community. I wish the incoming village council the best of luck and much success. With gratitude, Mayor Susan Knudsen. And if I just may, Mayor, I just want to, as I do with any council member that leaves, I just want to thank Susan for her service. I worked with her for 8 years and know that she has tirelessly dedicated herself to serving the village, its residents and business owners. With her, it was a 24/7 commitment. I don't know if anybody could actually work any harder, but the commitment was to fulfill her service to the public. And whether you agreed with her or not, she fearlessly promoted the issues that she supported, and when necessary, fearlessly defended those as well, and doing what she thought was right for the village at all times. I've known Susan and her family for a number of years, her husband John through Dad's Night. I've coached her children in rec, football, and rugby. We've worked together, disagreed and agreed on many issues and advice, but never lost respect for each other. And as we did this together, we approached that common good, which was to make Ridgewood a better place. And I want to thank her again.
Okay. Certificate of election. I hereby certify that Evan Whites was elected to the Village Council at the municipal election held on November 8th, 2022, for a 4-year term beginning on January 1st, 2023, and ending on December 31st, 2026, dated January 4th, 2023.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all of the duties of the office of President Pro Temp of the Village Council, according to the best of my ability. Congratulations.
Evan.
Your Honor.
Evan has 2 positions. So let me read this one first. So I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all of the duties of the office of council member of the Village Council, according to the best of my ability. Congratulations again.
That's at the end.
Anyway, thank you so much. Fellow council members, Judge Almonte, County Commissioner Hache, I think I saw Assemblyman DePhillips as well sneak in. Most importantly, fellow residents, friends, and family. So first, I need to give thanks. I need to first and foremost give thanks to my family for putting up the late nights and long hours that came from running with for this position, that will having agreed to put up with the late nights and long hours that are coming with the role I've now taken. I would not have been able to do this without my family's support, and I want to thank personally Jen, Collie, and Molly for allowing me to do this. I also want to call out Judge Almonte. Judge Almonte and I were colleagues together during my last stint in public service when I was an assistant U.S. attorney. I was not promoted. He was. He became a judge, and it means the world to me, Judge Jose, that you came out today and the patience you've shown. So appreciate that. I also want to thank Jim Van Gore. Jim's a dedicated public servant, all-around great guy. As I've said in the past, democracy doesn't work if good people are not willing to put themselves out there to run for office. And Jim did that, and he has my appreciation and should have the appreciation of the entire community. I also want to join the chorus of voices tonight thanking Mayor Susan Knutson. While we may not always agree, Susan, if you are watching, please know that as you leave this council, you do so with my respect and the gratitude of the entire village for your public service. Your dedication to Ridgewood and your dedication to public service was truly inspiring. I hope to live up to your example that you've set in that regard. I also want to thank Siobhan and my fellow council members. I look forward to working alongside all of you and really appreciate the warm welcome all three of you have already given me. And Siobhan, I look forward to seeing you get sworn in just a few moments. Having run against you in the election, I have to say you uplifted the conversation just by being a part of it. I think you brought a real sense of respect, a real sense of knowledge to the election that I think really enriched and helped us all. As I sit here, I'm both honored and humbled. I have a deep love of public service. I'm overjoyed beyond words to now be serving the public again in the place my family and I call home. Ridgewood is a special and unique place that I now have the obligation to protect and to make better. I promise all of you that I'll do my very best to live up to the high standards that this role in this community deserves. I did also want to announce that along with several of my council colleagues, I'm going to be donating my salary from the village. This year, I'm going to donate my salary to the Ridgewood Cub Scouts. It's a wonderful organization that my son and I have been a part of for several years, and I'm really happy to be able to continue to support them. Now, before I turn off and allow Siobhan to get sworn in, I did just want to thank the people, most importantly, that I need to be appreciative of, and that's the citizens of the village of Ridgewood. Please know that whether you voted for me or not, that I'm now here to serve you and the entire village. It's an honor and privilege to serve on this council, and I know I owe that honor and privilege to the citizens of this village. Please know I will work for all of you and do my very best to make this an even better place to call home. Thank you all.
We'll now have the reading of the certificate of election for Siobhan Winograd.
Certificate of election. I hereby certify that Siobhan Winograd was elected to the Village Council at the municipal election held on November 8th, 2022 for a 4-year term beginning on January 1st, 2023 and ending on December 31st, 2026, dated January 4th, 2023. Are you using the microphone?
Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and justly perform the duties of the office of council member
and justly perform the duties of the office of council
of the village of Ridgewood, according to the best of my ability.
According to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
That's right, yeah. Do it a couple times.
We'll now take remarks from Councilwoman Winograd.
So I want to start and end this with incredible thanks to everybody, and this is in no particular order because I don't want anyone to think someone came first. But first I want to thank the voters of Ridgewood, especially the first-time voters, particularly the class of 2022, and my son included, who registered and motivated and got their mail-in ballots and voted for the first time. I encourage all young voters to always remember that is your final say in governance, and I'm very thankful to you. I want to thank the League of Women Voters for the job they did in promoting the vote, including discussing the issues and being the only organization in the town of Ridgewood to run a debate. So thank you to the League of Women Voters, who is also responsible for where I grew up in a civic-minded way in Ridgewood. I also want to take a minute and thank the One Village, One Vote team, because this was the first November election that we saw unprecedented local turnout with 42% on the lower part. And I really want to say that I'm so proud to be a part of the One Village, One Vote, and I don't think you've ever been officially thanked from up here. So my first order of business is to thank you for promoting greater participation in our local governance, and I'm so incredibly proud of the work that you did. In addition to that, thank you to supporters, donors, people who hosted coffees, people who hosted coffees designed as wine parties, letter writers, lawn signers, canvassers, and of course my friends and neighbors. But most importantly, thank you to my family, Mike, Liam, Chloe, and I'm lucky enough to have my mom, Nancy, here today, for always supporting me. When I decided to run, there's always when you run, there's the idea that you could lose. And the most important thing my family said to me is, win or lose, we'll love you forever. So I'm so incredibly thankful for support like that. And I'm so incredibly grateful to be sitting on top of a win, but knowing that the love would have been the same had I not prevailed. In terms of what I want to do up here, I wanted to say that I am going to stick with my campaign. I ran a campaign that was both online and in person, and I'm leaving my campaign website, Winograd 2022, up. I would like that to be a benchmark of all the things I said I was going to do, and I'm hoping to be successful in. You can continue to monitor me and the progress that we make as a council, both on Facebook and Instagram, which is my official page, is Winograd 2022. I'm incredibly grateful, and again, there's too many to name, but for councils of the past. I'm looking out here, I'm seeing lots of leaders who sat up here. Sometimes we were adversarial, sometimes we were friendly, so I'm so grateful going back to my childhood to members of this council who took the time to be polite and patient with me. I'm equally grateful to the team I'm going to serve with up here. When we met for the first time, the most important thing to me is that we are a body of one, and we are 5 equal votes, and I'm very much looking forward to being a team with all of you. I'm incredibly grateful, too, to Evan. It's a rare experience to run against someone and form a friendship and a bond. I'm so grateful for that experience, and I'm looking forward to being a good teammate. And because I am a public servant, I, too, am going to donate my stipend. So I'm not sure if everyone's aware, but the council members get a stipend, and I'm going to donate mine in 3 parts. The first is I'm going to donate to the Ridgecrest Pantry in honor of Eugene Thomas and my father. I'd like the community to understand as an awareness that 1 in 4 Americans will be disabled. This is a personal issue for me. Ridgecrest has benefited my children and my family, and that will receive 1/3. The other third will go to the Ridgewood Guild. Obviously, the Guild adds a lot of culture, vibrancy, and sparkle to our town. Our town needs more of that, and I'm going to give that. And then lastly, I'm going to donate 1/3 to trees, because as my nephew told me, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best is today. So I'm incredibly thankful. I look forward to working with all of you. If I left anybody out, I'm sorry, and I'm thankful for you if I failed to mention it. And I'm really looking forward to working with all of you, and most importantly, working for Ridgewood. So thank you.
At this time, I will call the roll of the new village council. Councilmember Perrin.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Vagianos.
Here.
Councilmember Whites.
Here.
And Councilmember Winograd.
Here.
Before we go on, I just want to say something. I know we've had a script and everything, but I would really like to have an open and transparent conversation about mayor and deputy mayor. I wrote something up, but I'm just going to speak from my heart. I think that the village of Ridgewood has had such divisiveness in the last 20 years. I don't want to see it continue. I really would like to choose a mayor that I think the entire community can get behind. Now, all of us up here, any of us could do the job of mayor, no doubt about it. But I think there's only one person up here who is the most neutral person. And I believe that the entire community could get behind her. I think otherwise it's still going to be, oh, I'm on your side, I'm on your side. You know, it's going to be divided. I do not want to have a divided village anymore. I think we should all stand behind. We should put aside our egos, our needs, our wants, and do what is best for the residents of Ridgewood. And I believe the best person to lead us as mayor is Pam Perrin. So I am going to nominate Pam for mayor. And I really think that the community can get behind you, and it will be a much, nothing, you know, no hard feelings. When I came up here, Paul said to me, it's a new day, we're starting new. And I agree with that. It should be a new day. And I think the 5 of us really have the opportunity right now to not only talk the talk, but walk the walk. We need to show the residents we can get along and we can do what is right for the village. And I think Pam, being the mayor, is right for the village. So I would like to nominate Pam for mayor. Anybody second?
Well, before a second, Lorraine, I really appreciate your support, but I would have to decline a nomination. I have had long talks with Paul, and instead I would nominate Paul Vagianos for being the mayor. I think he will do a fabulous job, and I support him wholeheartedly. So thank you very much, but I nominate Paul Vagianos for mayor.
I second.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
No.
Vagianos,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
and Winograd.
Yes.
And that was for the nominations for mayor to be closed. There will now be a roll call vote on the nomination of Paul Vagianos as mayor of the Village of Ridgewood for a 2-year term commencing January 4th, 2023. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
No.
Vagianos,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
and Winograd.
Yes.
At this time, the oath of office will be administered to the mayor by Bergen County Commissioner Ramon M. Hache, Sr.
Right? Yes? All right. Excellent. Well, good evening, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be back home, or still home. I haven't left. I've been here. And I thank Paul for the honor of allowing me to administer the oath of office. And I think, you and I certainly have not agreed over the years on many things, but I respect the fact not only that we were always found some common ground, but most importantly that we found a way to respect those differences and be respectful to each other and become great friends and being able to do a lot together. So thank you for that again. If you want to hold the Bible? No? No, you're good? Raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of mayor according to the best of my ability. So help me God. So I just want to say, I do come bearing gifts. Jeannie, maybe you want to come. I don't think he trusts me pinning this on him with his long needle. Maybe that's for you. Wait, I don't get a pocket square? No. And I also have certificates for the newly elected, also for the leadership positions here from the county, certificates of commendation. And some pins. So I'll leave them here for you guys.
Thank you very much.
Evan, welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I want to thank my friend Lorraine for her honest and frank remarks. And that's how we make this whole thing work. We tell the truth. We tell everybody what we think. You know, when my kids played sports in high school, they had a saying about the teams they played for. You play for the name of the team, you play for the name on the front of the jersey, not the name on the back. they played for Ridgewood. And to this day, they will tell you that's the only thing that ever really mattered to them. This team that I am sitting with right now, and that I am so honored to be a part of, we play for Ridgewood too. And at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. But we're not the only ones on this team. Oh no. This is a very big team. And every one of you in this audience, every one of you sitting at home, every voter, every resident, you're all on the team too. And we need every one of you to get off the bench and into the game. Because when we win or when we lose, we do it together. So we need your support. We need your criticism. We need your help. Because as great as this team on this dais is, sitting beside me, and make no mistake about it, every one of them is an amazing member of this team. We can't do it alone. In fact, we can't actually do anything alone. So get on a committee, coach a team, volunteer to an organization, sponsor an event, do something, do anything for your community. Because like it or not, you're on the team. And together, there is no limit to what we can accomplish. Together, we can do all those things that the cynics say can't be done. In the days ahead, we will ask much from all of you. Today, we will ask just one thing. When you come to us with the criticism that we want and that we must have, bring all of the passion you have in your soul. Tell us what we are doing wrong. Tell us what we're doing right. But most importantly, tell us respectfully. And while we may not always agree, we promise to listen and to be respectful to you. And we will listen to everything you have to say. Always remember, as many of my friends have heard me say, you can go fast alone, or we can go far together. We have lots of work to do. Let's get started. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to call for the nominations for the title of Deputy Mayor of the Village of Ridgewood.
I would like to nominate Councilmember Pamela Perrin, who I'm so proud to nominate you. I hope everybody joins me in this.
I'll second the motion.
Are there any other motions? Okay. Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. I move the nominations for Deputy Mayor be closed.
Second.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes.
This will now be a roll call vote on the nomination of Pamela Perrin as Deputy Mayor of the Village of Ridgewood for a 2-year term commencing January 4th, 2023. Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes.
At this time, the oath of office will be administered to Deputy Mayor Pamela Perrin by Matthew Rogers, Village Attorney.
When Pam asked me to swear her in as the deputy mayor, I was thrilled. I've known Pam and her husband Chuck for a number of years. but I've had the opportunity these past 2.5 years to work with Pam on the council. Pam, I think everybody would agree, has brought a fresh intelligence to the council. You can see that she's focusing in on issues involving the environment, land development, safety, beautification of the town, punctuation, grammar, and syntax. So with those things, we expect another 2 years of good work on those items, which we all need at all times. But now what I'd like you to do is raise your right hand, if you would. And state your name.
I, Pamela Perrin,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
and justly perform all the duties
of
the office of Deputy Mayor according to the best of my ability.
Yeah, we're going to do the president. And we had a practice run at the nomination of President Pro Tem, and we're going to do it right this time. So at this time, I would like to call for the nomination for the title of President Pro Tempore of the Village Council.
I would like to nominate Evan Whites, who, just as a sidebar, is the highest vote getter ever in a local Ridgewood election. So it's with great honor that I November elected Evan Whites for President Pro Tempe.
Second.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites? You can vote
Yes.
for yourself. Winograd?
Tough call.
Winograd?
Yes.
Vagianos?
Yes. I move the nominations for President Pro Tempore of the Village Council be closed.
Second.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes.
There will now be a roll call vote on the nomination of Evan Whites as President Pro Temp of the Village Council for a 2-year term commencing January 4th, 2023. Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes.
The oath of office will be administered to President Pro Tempore by Judge Jose Almonte.
Cart before the horse, right? Raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all of the duties of the office of President Pro Tempore of the Village Council according to the best of my ability. All right, you better do a good job.
And I have already gone out of order in giving my closing remarks. So we're off to a swimming start. So Deputy Mayor Pam Perrin will give her closing remarks.
Well, I'd like to say welcome aboard to Siobhan and Evan. This is a very exciting time, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. Each of you brings an amazing array of talents that I think will really improve our village and give us a bright future in our town. I would ask you to please pay attention to every resident who contacts you, every business owner you come across, and every visitor whom you have contact with. Remember that our village staff, the village employees, are our greatest asset. Ask them questions, ask more questions until you feel like you've understood the issues. Be generous with your time and with your willingness to listen. To the Ridgewood residents and the business owners, do contact us with your ideas, your thoughts, your comments, your gripes. You can email all 5 of us, and I would also suggest attach an email to the village manager so that we can all respond to your needs. We all want to be aware of the issues that you raise. I look forward to serving as your deputy mayor.
The following resolutions, number 23-3 through 23-17, with the exception of 23-8, which will be considered separately and read in full, will be adopted by a consent agenda with 1 vote by the village council. They will be read by title only. Appoint village attorney. Appoint village bond attorney. Appoint village labor attorney. Appoint village auditor. Appoint professional planning consultant for affordable housing and related matters. Appoint public defender. Award professional services contract, risk management consultant. Appoint members to the planning board. Appoint members to the zoning board of adjustment. Appoint member to library board of trustees. Appoint members to citizen safety advisory committee. Appoint members to the open space committee. Appoint member to project pride committee, and appoint village council members as liaisons to various boards and committees. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes.
Resolution 23-8 will be read in full. Whereas the Village of Ridgewood has a need to acquire the professional services of a municipal prosecutor as a non-fair and open contract pursuant to the provisions of NJSA 19:44A-20.4, and whereas the Chief Financial Officer has determined and certified in writing the value of the professional service will exceed $17,500. And whereas the anticipated term of this contract is from January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023. And whereas Mark P. Fierro of Dim & Fierro, LLC, 1086 Teaneck Road, Suite 3A, Teaneck, New Jersey, will provide the professional services of municipal prosecutor for the Village of Ridgewood. And whereas the total amount to be paid to Mr. Fierro should not exceed $30,000 for 2023, and such funds are available in account number 3-01-20-712-047. And whereas Mark Fierro and Dim & Fierro, LLC, have submitted business entity disclosure certifications which certify that Mark Fierro and Dim & Fierro, LLC have not made any reportable contributions to a political or candidate committee in the Village of Ridgewood in the previous 1 year, and that the contract will prohibit Mark Fierro and Dim & Fierro, LLC from making any reportable contributions to the term of the contract. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood authorize and directs the mayor and village clerk to enter into and execute a contract with Mark Fierro and Dim & Fierro, LLC, and that a notice of this action shall be printed once in the Ridgewood News pursuant to the local public contracts law as set forth in NJSA 40A:11-1 et sec, and be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer has certified that funds are available contingent upon the Village Council appropriating such in the temporary budget for the year 2023, and subsequently adopting a 2023 budget to fund the full amount of the contract as it applies to 2023 services. And be it finally resolved that the business disclosure entity certifications and the determination of value be placed on file with this resolution. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Upon the advice of Matt Rogers, I'm recusing myself.
Okay. And Vagianos?
Yes.
Okay.
We will now take comments from the public, not to exceed 5 minutes per person, 40 minutes in total.
Tony Damiano, 274 South Broad Street. I'd like to congratulate everyone up in front of me, whether you're new in your position or resuming. We've had a rough couple of years. There's no question about that. This village has been divided, and I think Lorraine said it earlier. We are on the mend. I'm looking at tonight as a renewal. I have faith in all of you. We need to work together, as whether you're a council member, a community leader, a department head. We're all on the same team, that is Team Ridgewood. So again, I'm looking so forward to working with all of you, and here's to 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Reorg, Holiday, 1 Franklin Avenue. A fresh, bright dawn is breaking over Ridgewood. A new dawn, following a 6-year-long stormy night worthy of the Game of Thrones. But then, perhaps Khalil Gibran said it best: one may not reach the dawn save by the path of the night. Hearing the roll call, the names Vagianos, Perrin, Winograd, and Whites were music to my ears. 4 outstanding individuals with the smarts, the energy, the creativity, and most importantly, the intellectual integrity to help restore Ridgewood to its former glory. As I see you sitting at the dais, I ask for only one thing. Look the residents in the eye and always tell the truth. Never mislead. From the bottom of my heart, congratulations and best wishes. The future of Ridgewood is in your able hands. Thank you.
Good evening, Reorg.
Lillian Blood, 250 North Maple Avenue. I want to congratulate the new council people and the old as well. This is a hard job, I know, many hours, nights, long nights, and you all do a good job. And I know that with the new members, we will have a wonderful relationship with the community, which is something I look forward to. And I have something here for you, just a moment.
Did Lillian just call us old?
My friend Lois is helping, another pickleball player. Who would have thought pickleball would have become such a worldwide phenomenon? And right here in Ridgewood, we had our own little scene. We have wonderful courts over at Glen, which are now being played on every day, as long as it's not raining or snowing. And we wanted to thank you all for helping us have these courts open for the visit, for us to enjoy. So, I have little gifts. Can you
Thank you, Lillian.
Thank you so much. That's great. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very
Ladies, thank
thoughtful.
you. That was lovely. Yeah. Here you go.
Thank you again.
Right there.
Linda Scarpa, 569 Northern Parkway, and I'm proud to say I didn't come with a paper this time. Sorry I missed your party. I was getting ready for Jamboree. Congratulations, all you newest members. It is my hope that we turned the corner and we now govern as a village with truth, grace, communication. Congratulations.
Thank you, Linda.
Hyunju Kwak, 291 Highland Avenue. I'm speaking as a longtime resident. My opinions are my own, and I want to start by first congratulating all of you. This is not an easy position to be in, and the fact that you have stepped up to serve and continue to serve, you do have the gratitude of the community. Whites, Reynolds, Vagianos, Perona, Winograd, please think about every member of the community as you continue to serve. And I really look forward to seeing good things from this council. And as somebody said, and I'm trying to remember who it was, you know, you can disagree without being disagreeable. And there's a certain expectations that we all have of you as our elected trustees. And thank you very much for, again, stepping up to serve and continuing to serve. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Hunju. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I will close public comment. May I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We are adjourned.
No, it's not.
Are we taking a break? How long is our break? Taking a stretch.
It's a brand new meeting.
Yeah, we're going to take a break. How long? Let it count.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Anju. How are you?
I'm going to leave this instead of sending them home with thanks.
I just wanted to talk to you, though, because I about the little bit of my
Okay, I have to do your yes. Okay.
I'm here to work too. I got to stay too. So you have like your
Good evening. This is the Ridgewood Village Council. It's a public workshop this evening, January 4th, 2023. The time is 8:05. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Perrin.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Whites.
Here.
Councilmember Winograd. Here. And Mayor Vagianos.
Here. Let's have a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And is the custom that was started, I believe, by Susan, which I want to continue. Let's all have a moment of silence for all our frontline workers and our brave men and women serving to protect our country. Thank you very much. And now I will open public comment, not to exceed 3 minutes per person or 30 minutes in total.
Good evening. Matthew Lindenberg, 165 Claremont Road. First of all, congratulations both to, as well, particularly to our newest members of the council, but also to those returning as well. Looking forward to seeing all the great work that you'll do together.
Is the microphone on? Is a green light at the bottom? Look.
It is.
Okay, good. Okay, just speak into it. Thanks.
Okay. Better?
You need to get close to the mic.
Okay. There we go. I want to quickly, first of all, I'm super excited that you've already in your first meeting added a jam-packed agenda of discussion items. I'd like to very quickly touch on two and share my support. I've been up here before to comment on two of the very few positive things that came out of the pandemic, one of which is giving an opportunity for people to engage in these meetings with some remote option, whether a hybrid or purely remote in the past. And the second are the enhanced opportunities for outdoor dining and shopping and entertainment that we've had during the pandemic, whether via pedestrian plaza, dining corrals, various options. These were, as I've said, two of the very few positive outcomes of the pandemic, and two outcomes that were sunset far before their time was over. In fact, I think just as they were gaining momentum. So as you discuss these items tonight, I'm first of all very enthused that you are discussing them after this time, and would greatly encourage you to readopt these policies, reintroduce them, as I think they all contribute to the vibrancy of the participation and engagement in our government and our downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone else? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Manager's report.
Our Christmas tree pickup has begun. Tuesdays on the east side and then Thursdays on the west side through the end of January. Undecorated trees should be left at the curb. Wreaths and garlands will be collected with garbage. Please, no plastic bags. You may also drop off your Christmas tree in the section of the Graden Pool lot designated for Christmas tree pickup. Restaurant week starts on Sunday, January 15th to Thursday of that week, and then January 22nd to Thursday of the week. It's a great way to enjoy a delicious meal at a reduced price, all while supporting Ridgewood businesses. Monday, January 16th, the village will celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There'll be a program with music and a speaker focused on Dr. King's legacy, and all are welcome. In addition, on that day, Village Hall offices and departments will be closed. There will be no garbage or recycling pickup on this day, and the recycling center will also be closed. Our 2023 village calendars are in production and will be mailed to each Ridgewood residents. The calendar will arrive in all Ridgewood residences shortly. The 2023 calendars actually are, if you turn your 2022 December page, the next page is actually January 2023, so it's a 13-month calendar. Village Council upcoming meetings are broadcast live from the Village Hall courtroom on the website and Channel 34 on FiOS. Our next meetings, January 11th and February 8th, are our public meetings at 8 p.m., and January 25th and February 1st are our work sessions at 7:30 p.m. That's all I have.
Thank you, Heather. Council reports. Evan or Siobhan, do you have anything to report yet? I'm guessing no.
Not in the last half hour. Joe.
Excellent. Excellent. Then Lorraine?
Hi. I have nothing to report. None of my things met.
Pam?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report, but I would like to stress that if anybody has, from their Christmas gifts or their holiday gifts, some styrofoam, extruded polystyrene is acceptable at the recycling center. Please don't put it in your garbage. Please don't put it in bulk waste. You can bring it down to the recycling center any day that they're open, and that's the best thing for our environment because we can recycle it at a profit. And also, Green Ridgewood will be meeting on Thursday this week, tomorrow at 7:30 in the Senior Lounge. It is open to the public, and we welcome guests. Similarly, the Central Business District Advisory Committee is meeting next week on January 12th at 8:30 in the morning, and that will also be in the Senior Lounge, and anybody interested in the Central Business District is welcome to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. And as fortune would have it, several of my committees met during Christmas week. So I have several reports. The first is from the Stigma-Free Committee, one of my favorites. These are people who spend more time working with vulnerable communities of all kinds in our town. And the first thing they wanted me to tell everyone about is that PSE&G has a winter termination program that protects customers from having their heat turned off from November 15th to March 15th, and this applies to many vulnerable communities. And to find out more, you should call 1-800-624-0241. I'll repeat the number, 1-800-624-0241. Additionally, the Health Department wanted to report that there is a sharp rise in COVID, flu, and RSV, which is a respiratory illness, in Ridgewood and in Bergen County, so please be aware. There is a bivalent booster available for everyone, and they strongly recommend that everyone get their bivalent booster and flu shot, which they have a clinic on January 11th for both COVID and flu shots. They have already dispensed 300 of the bivalent boosters to date. There are more home tests available, and if you are interested in getting some, please contact the Health Department because, as I said previously, COVID level is very high right now in Bergen County. The CDC recommends that people wear masks in all crowded places. This year, the flu shot is also far more effective than it has been in prior years. It is 50% effective. There have been years when it has been as low as 10%. So it is a good thing to get this year. The Stigma-Free Committee also sent out, and I love these things, 750 cards of joy to seniors during the Christmas holidays, just to send a little note to them, many people who are alone and don't have others, and they sent many to Share House and the Ridgecrest communities. Also, our fire department has a new program called the Blue Angel program. And John, would you mind bringing up that wonderful little thing? I use a technical term, wonderful little thing. This looks a lot like what realtors put on doors. It has a key in it for the house, and it is for people who are 55 and older or who are disabled. The police and fire department will keep a key to this box, and that box contains a key to the person's house, so that in the event of an emergency, police and fire can get into the disabled or senior's home to assist them if necessary. This is a program that is being done in some other towns like West Orange and Princeton. Thank you so much, John.
Oh, and the lock is blue.
Sure.
Okay, so Operation Blue Angel is national around here. I said West Orange, Princeton, they work on it. They've done it a lot. We looked at it. Sheila Brogan brought it to our attention through Stigma Free. Health, ourselves, police, fire, we all agreed on it. Someone just kind of had to take the lead on it. Lieutenant Vincent Krug in my department made some phone calls as well, and this is the lock that they use as well. The top one is all combination-based. It's 2 different locks. One attaches to the house, and then a separate one on the side, which is for the combo for the key. The resident will have neither combo for either. It's not for a random lockout. I said medical emergencies only. This could be a permanent thing from now until you move out of Ridgewood. This could be if you take care of your parents and you're going away for a month, we can come by and put it on your door for a month. Right now it's in funding for the capital budget, so if it goes through, hopefully we'll do the program in April, May, whenever the budget goes through.
Thank you so much, John. And the Fields Committee met just this week. It was their first in-person meeting in 3 years, and it was, by matter of fact, a hybrid meeting. So they had people in attendance and people who came in via Zoom and participated. The winter field schedule is actually going pretty smoothly, and yet they are still working on integrating the village fields into the school's master library program. Everyone is cautiously optimistic that we will have one unified system for scheduling every field. And something I love reporting on right now is we now have a girls' varsity flag football team. There are 50 girls who came out to the initial meeting. This makes it the most popular varsity sport that we have so far. To give you an idea, there are 70 teams, that's 70 teams in northern New Jersey. It is funded by the New York Jets, and there will be a regular schedule where each team will play a game every week for 8 weeks. And to show you how this sport is growing in popularity, colleges are already beginning to recruit for their club teams. The championship game will be played at MetLife Stadium. I also want to take a moment to report on the Gold Star Monument and the status of that. We have been very fortunate, as I've mentioned previously, to have local architect Lynn Brady and local designer Tess Giuliani, both of whom have served on the Historic Preservation Committee, to be assisting in designing and working with the American Legion to come up with a monument that will be befitting the Gold Star families. And they've already been out to survey Van Ness Park, and they are scheduled to meet with the American Legion on January 23rd to get their input before they begin designing. I would also like to take a moment to say that I will be donating my entire stipend this year to the Gold Star Monument Fund, and I'm very proud to have the opportunity to do that. Finally, Pam Perrin and I have been working on the EMS merger along with Chief John Judge and Will Keevitt, the head of the EMS department. And we met on December 29th, initially with Will and John to discuss the merger. And it was clear that John and Will had been working diligently together to make this merger not just a reality, but incredibly successful. I have often, in describing this meeting, said that they were finishing each other's sentences. They are on the same page. They are determined to make this a successful merger. After that, Pam and I spent 3 hours with the rank and file of the EMS department. There were about 25 members there, and we answered many, many questions. They have many concerns about this merger. I think the summary of this is that at the end of the day, while they still have concerns, they are all intent on working to make this thing work. I am confident, Pam is very confident, that we're going to make this thing work, and it is going to be a better EMS, an even better EMS. These are incredibly dedicated people, and we are fortunate to have them serving our community. And that's all I have.
Okay, discussion items. The first area is Ridgewood Water. In December 2021, the village awarded a contract for line stop and valve insertion services to the sole bidder, Carner Brothers of Roseland, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $200,000. This is the second year of a 2-year contract, and the funding is from the water utility operating budget.
Could I just ask a question, because I'm new here? With EMS, is there any way Evan and I can get a copy of the contract? Because we've been getting calls, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with information.
What contract?
When you say the contract, you mean the contract with our consultant, Matt
Yes.
Strieger?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Contract with Matt Strieber.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you. Evan, you want one too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, the next item is awarding.
But
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that with regard to this contract, I thought the folks at home should know that it is in the amount of $2,882,576. It's a large number, but this is part of a larger plan, as I understand from talking to Rich Calby, a plan to renovate all the old water mains, and this should really make a difference in terms of reducing leakage from our pipes. Am I right about that, Rich?
And just to be clear, we're not talking about the Matt Strieger contract.
Two separate
And
contracts.
This is the second item on our agenda. The first item is for the line stop and valve insertion services.
Correct.
Which is a $200,000 contract.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got them mixed up.
Hold that thought for just a moment.
Yep.
The next one is awarding contract for distribution water main rehabilitation and replacement. These are required within Ridgewood Water's distribution system due to size, age, and condition. The project consists of replacing approximately 900 linear feet of water mains of various sizes and related valves, fire hydrants, service connections, and rehab of 3,900 linear feet with cured in place pipe. So 7 bids were received out of 10 that were picked up. Ridgewood Water worked with Suburban Consulting Engineers, who's the engineer on record, and they agree that they want to recommend the low bidder, which is Conquest Construction, Inc. of Westwood, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $2,882,576. The funding for this project is in the water capital budget. Okay.
Questions? Good?
The next one is awarding contract for contamination monitoring. The 1996 Safe Drinking Water Act amendments require that once every 5 years, the EPA issue a new list of no more than 30 unregulated contaminants to be monitored by public water systems. The 5th unregulated contaminant monitoring rule was published in December of 2021. It requires sample collection for 30 chemical contaminants between 2023 and 2025 using analytical methods. Ridgewood Water is mandated by federal and state law to perform this contaminant monitoring. The laboratories capable of performing this unregulated monitoring on a system as large as Ridgewood Water, they went out for quotes. Eurofins Eaton Analytical Lab of Monrovia, California, is the recommendation to award the contract in an amount not to exceed $30,060, and funding is in the water utility operating budget.
Questions?
I do. So I had the luxury of taking a tour at Ridgewood Water, and I'm just asking questions because I'm interested. Is this something, type of testing that can be brought in-house at some point?
At this particular testing, because it's mandated by the EPA, no. It has to go through the certified labs that EPA allows to do the testing.
Okay. Thanks.
Good?
Okay.
Thank you, Rich.
The next item is award of contract for furnishing and delivering of sodium hypochlorite solution. We went out in December of 2021 and awarded the first year. This is year 2 to the lowest responsible bidder, PVS Mini Bulk Inc. of Detroit, Michigan, at a price of $1.68 per gallon, not to exceed $84,000, and this is budgeted in the water utility operating budget.
Questions? Good.
The next item is servicing and repairing of potable water pumping facilities. In 2021, we went out for a bid for a contract, and this is the second year of the 2-year contract. This is being awarded to the sole responsible bidder, William Stadoff Company, Inc. of Flemington, New Jersey, not to exceed $500,000. The budget, it's budgeted in the water utility operating budget.
Everybody good?
Next one is landscaping services. In early 2022, the village awarded, it was a 2-year contract, but this is actually the second year of the contract. It's to the lowest responsible bidder, LTI Inc. of Montville, New Jersey, not to exceed $113,250. Again, the budget, it's budgeted for in the water utility operating budget.
All good?
I have a question, sorry.
Yes.
So that's just because it's the new landscaping, yes? It'll go down in future years? It's this high?
This price, we maintain over 50 facilities.
Okay.
So it varies on every bid period based on, the economy and, what bidders are available and what services they could provide. But they provide, full lawn mowing, leaf removal, weed whacking, cleaning up fence lines, et cetera.
But this is not just for
No,
the new
I got it.
facility.
No, this is for all rigid water
I'm
facilities.
with you.
Got it.
Thank you.
Good. Next.
The next item is servicing and repairing of electric stores. In 2021, the village awarded a contract for the provision of this item. It went to the sole responsible bidder, Reorg Electric Inc. of Hackensack, New Jersey, not to exceed $250,000. This is year 2 of that 2-year contract, and it's budgeted for the water utility operating budget.
Good.
The next item is water billing and data collection services. This was awarded in July of 2022. This is the second year of a 3-year contract. This is awarded to the sole responsible bidder, Computil Inc. of Shelton, Connecticut, not to exceed $320,096. Again, the budgeted amount is in the water utility operating budget.
All good?
The next items are bond ordinances, which we'll be introducing next week. One is for the construction of raw water mains for $18,500,000, and the other one is for the construction of new treatment plants for $42 million.
Rich, I had posed a question to you. I wonder if you've gotten an answer about whether PFAS should be mentioned, because this is all necessitated by the contaminants, and I am concerned, since the village has a lawsuit against the manufacturers to recoup those funds that we spend to remediate, and this is a big ticket item, so.
Already addressed. Actually, the bond council forwarded over new versions for you to review for the next meeting and incorporate any other comments you might have tonight. If I can, I just want to run through some background here.
That'd be great.
For bringing this on your first meeting. It's a lot of money, but it's a lot of good for Ridgewood and for Ridgewood Water. So the 2 ordinances you have in front of you are the next biggest step in our PFAS treatment plan. Just to kind of back up, as you all know, the Village of Ridgewood and Ridgewood Water set out to do a master plan of treatment to eliminate this contaminant from our groundwater. About 2 years ago, that plan was approved by the Village Council, subsequently reviewed by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. No further action from them. They quasi-approved it, and told us to move on. With that being said, we have 12 treatment plants that are going to be constructed. We're taking a system today of 52 wells and 31 treatment plants and consolidating them down to 12. The necessity of that was proven in the master plan. I'm not going to get into all the details, but we've been fast moving on that. 2 of those 12 plants are already in operation. An upgrade to one of those 2 is currently under construction, whereby we're building a pipeline to add an additional well to the car treatment plant, pretty much doubling its capacity. A 4th plant is on the shelf ready to go out to bid. We're just waiting for the U.S. EPA to give us permission as part of a grant we received last year to help fund 80% of that project. The remaining projects are all under design. The 4 largest are completely designed, and those are the ordinances in front of you. The 2 ordinances consist of 4 big treatment plants, 2 in Wyckoff, 1 in Inland Park, and 1 in Glen Rock. These will service the majority of our wells, over 30 of them, and they will connect to these plants via thousands of miles of water main. So you have a $42 million bond ordinance in front of you that is for the construction of just the 4 plants, buildings, vessels, the GAC media that goes inside of them to remove the contaminants from the water, pumps, heating, etc. And the second ordinance is for laying all that raw water main that will connect all these satellite wells to those facilities. So this is the hard part, but the good part about this is all being funded through the New Jersey I-Bank. So what that means is we have the advantage of utilizing state I-Bank funds. 50% of that will be 0% interest. We're also eligible for $1 million of principal forgiveness, which is pretty much like a grant, free money. And then the good part about this, because the I-Bank lends out billions of dollars a year, their rates are very competitive, actually even lower than the Village of Ridgewood's AAA rating. And we have a blended rate knowing that 50% of it is 0%. So these 2 ordinances are in front of you very early this year, so we could get them approved, complete our process with the I-Bank, and go out to bid on these 4 projects in the next 2 months. Projects themselves are going to take 18 months to up to 2 years to complete. They're major projects. But once they are complete, Woodward Water will be providing the majority of its water in the system PFAS compliant. Now, to add on to that note, rather good news that I can report at close of year. We looked at our total numbers of water that we produced for the year. Looked in terms of how much of that is coming from sources that are PFAS compliant and how much isn't. Because many people in the public don't know, but for the past 2 or 3 years, even though this has been happening, Ridgewood Water has been operating the system in a manner to lessen the amount of PFAS as much as possible as we can into the wells, into the system. By doing so, we favor wells that have the least concentration over those that have higher. Unfortunately, in the summer months when people water more, we have no choice but to turn everything on. But on a day like today in the winter, when we're using less, 50% or more of the water that's going out in the Ridgewood Water system to all 4 towns is below the PFAS maximum contaminant level. For 2022, our total water produced and distributed, 25% of it on an annual basis was compliant. And this is just going to keep going up every year as more and more plants go online. The biggest part of it and why it increased so much this past year is because we made that connection with the Passaic Valley Water Commission, and now we're able to buy more water that is compliant. So with the request for this great amount of money to move forward, there's good news behind it, and we're going to slowly share that with the public after this meeting, and that's part of why we sought permission and got permission from the council to hire a firm to assist us doing that.
Tell me, Rich, after we complete spending this $60 million, how much more is left so that we are completely PFAS-free or PFAS below detectable levels?
So there's 5 remaining plants, but they're very small in comparison. So once these 4 large ones are complete, and the 3rd one that's going to start any month now once the EPA gives us approval, we're going to be upwards of 75% or more. On a winter day like today, it's going to be 100% because we're going to have these 4 plants online throughout the whole system, plus the water we're purchasing, plus the 2 we already have online. It's just the summer months that are going to continue to be the problem because people irrigate their lawns and water demand triples. So part of the communication process is going to be getting to the public, telling them to conserve more over the next 2-3 years while we continue this build out, especially now that we have the infrastructure to provide them more water that's PFAS compliant.
But once we finish the construction that is going to encompass these funds, is there more construction to complete it so that in the summer months we will have 100% PFAS water, or will we always have some PFAS?
No, we will be 100% after we complete the other 5 plants.
And when do we project that that will be done?
2026 will be the final completion, and that's the final completion of the last plant of the 5 going online. sometime in between there and 24, you're going to have staggering plants going online till we
So
get to 5
in 2024-ish, we will have PFAS below detectable levels for the vast majority of the year, and in summer months we will have to conserve, and if we are able to conserve, then we will continue to have PFAS-free water until 2026, when we complete the program, and we will not be in a position where we have to conserve in that same way, correct?
The more we can conserve, the more we can provide PFAS compliant. That's correct.
Great, thank you.
By the end of 2024, are you saying that we'll be in compliance with the contaminant levels, the contaminant standards, below those standards, or not detectable?
We'll be compliant for those treatment plants that are complete. We still have those 5 that will not be complete, so that they still are in violation. But they don't have to be turned on unless we need to. So that's where the conservation comes into play.
I really appreciate everything that Ridgewood Water has done. You've been so active in dealing with this crisis.
Thank you.
I think this is great. I mean, time and time again you hear about the water, and I'm excited to see us investing in it. I still, we spoke about this, I still think we up here should have the discussion that we should partner with the other municipalities to reduce the demand on Ridgewood Water during the summer months. When we run the League of Women Voters Water Committee, Pam and I learned that each of the drops of water on the lovely little logo represents another community that's outside of our ordinances. So 1 out of 4 has a restriction, and that is ours, and I think it's a good restriction. The summer months, just explaining this, really is where the heightened demand, and the aquifer doesn't discriminate. The same water that you drink is what you water your lawn with. So I'm hoping, I don't know how this would work, I don't know how to do this from a work session, but I would think Matt Rogers could send that ordinance to the 2 of you who are the leaders, and you could then go to the leaders of these 4 communities and say, we all have a vested interest in the reduction because of the PFAS and the restrictions of the aquifer, and that it doesn't know, and we should begin those discussions with the other users and our other neighbors, because if the usage goes down, the PFAS issue is less of a need to be diluted because the bad plants don't need to be on. So I'm willing to help with that. I know I sounded incredibly bossy, but I was sort of, and this is my first time in a work session, so I was hoping we could get a copy of the restrictive ordinance sent to all 5 of us, and then I'm hoping amongst the 5 of us, we could partner with the 3 remaining towns that are users, and maybe, Rich, you could give an idea of what percentage restriction, like from a technical standpoint, would be required. I'm assuming Wyckoff is larger than Midland Park, so I don't know if you want to go for gallons or usage, but I think we need to be more aggressive with our summer months and usage. Sorry.
I think that that's an outstanding suggestion, and we are going to take you up on that, and we don't mind you being extremely bossy.
It's certainly something that I know Rich and Ridgewood Water, we've been after for a number of years, trying to get compliance across the board with all 4 towns. Obviously, we know that Ridgewood is the most compliant with regard to the restrictions that are used, and some of the other towns who, for right now, for the discussion, will remain nameless, are not so attentive to it, and certainly on the enforcement side. So, obviously, this is a process. It's particularly with the treatment plants, the design. We've got, 4 applications out right now for site plan approval for the 2 major ones in Wyckoff and the major one in Glen Rock and Midland Park. And we have hearings on them within the next month, all 4 of them. So we should have some good news back on that. And so it is a process. It's a step-by-step. And getting compliance across the board, particularly during the summer months, is really one of those steps as well. And that's certainly something, any new effort is a great effort, and that's what we got to do. So,
as soon as you get us the ordinance, we will begin to reach out.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So the next item we're going to skip, we're going to go to 8D4, which is the fire watch ordinance. So I'll have Chief Judge come up. This is regarding fire watch, which are often required for special events, disabled or broken fire suppression systems in occupied structures, other than 1- and 2-family dwellings, or other situations where village firefighters and equipment are required to stand by to secure a scene for the protection of life and property. The ordinance provides for a mechanism to charge the cost of a fire watch to the responsible entity when a village fire official determines a fire watch is required. Just looking quickly. I know that the charge Chief Judge will discuss, as well as what this means for the village.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. And thank you, Heather, for moving me up. Appreciate it. The majority of the time for this fire watch is to be used when an approved system, a set fire alarm, a sprinkler system that's already been intact. In the nursing home, you have to have a sprinkler system that has to be intact. It's for the occupancy. It's for when that's out of service. Once in a while, this is something else, such as like project graduation will do, but most of the time it is for that. The ordinance would set a standard so the occupant would know upfront the cost of their system being out of service. We also find that when they find out the cost of this, it makes them fix these things quicker. Just the other day, we had something that, we'll get to it, it'll be here next week. We tell them the cost, and they're like, 2 hours. And your system's back in service in 2 hours. This is important because it allows the occupancy to actually maintain the use of the building. So, for instance, if a nursery school had a sprinkler system and it went down and there's no fire watch, they cannot be there. They need to evacuate. So this would have somebody there, and we say it's under the decision of the fire official because something like a fire alarm is a single person. Something like a sprinkler system is someone who needs to extinguish, which is now an engine and 3 people. So the fire prevention, the fire official is the one who decides, based on circumstance, who would be needed for that event, based on a variety of conditions. That's the general of it. The fees we decided on, just so everyone is aware, the rate per hour was already previously decided. That was I believe, with the town and the union, it was a personnel rate was already decided prior. The vehicle rates, though, were based on FEMA's schedule of equipment rates. Every year they put out a massively long list of every kind of possible vehicle you could rent, and these rates are based on those numbers. So these weren't just something we came up with. This is what FEMA recommends within the ballpark of a couple dollars. We also maxed out their administrative fee because unlike, let's say, the police have an administrative fee who maybe goes on a detail for 8 hours, we've had it where on a Friday a system goes out, it's a 3-day weekend, and that's not fixed till Tuesday. 3.5 days at 84 hours is over $1,700 in administrative costs alone. So we max that out for the person. And a minimum of 3 hours per person because the problem is people just will stop coming in if they come in for 20 minutes. You call them in to do this, they get in. Now what was supposed to take 4 hours, they're like, oh, they're around the corner, and they come in for 25 minutes, 30 minutes. They just change their whole day around to not come in. They're not coming in next time to do this a second time. That's it for the fees. If there's any question about the actual wording or anything, feel free. We honestly worked with Rutherford, Fort Lee. We looked at their ordinances. I spoke to the fire official in Rutherford, who does a lot of fire watch, and this is strongly based on what they already had. And we used some points to cover Ridgewood and came up with what we have here.
Questions, anyone? John, thank you so much. Chris, I know
Thank
that
you.
you worked with John on this. We really appreciate it. This is a great initiative.
Yes.
And
Thank you to
something that
Chris.
we
I
clearly
appreciate
need.
it. Thank you, Heather, for moving me up, and congratulations to everyone. Have a nice evening.
Okay, the next item is under parking. This is the 24/7, 365 parking spaces. There were 6 in the 3rd floor of the Hudson Street garage, as well as 6 spaces in the Cottage Place lot. By the end of 2022, 4 of the spaces in the Hudson Street garage were purchased, and none of the Cottage Place lot spaces were purchased. The fee is $1,625 per year in the Hudson Street garage and $1,300 a year in the Cottage Place lot. Bob Rooney, I've spoken with him, and he's indicated that the pricing could remain the same for 2023 if we were to continue selling these parking spaces. I know that at least 3 of the current 4 would like to purchase for 2023, and we've had other inquiries about these spaces. So I just wanted to bring it to you. I would certainly say that we could feasibly do it again, and so I just wanted your input.
Anybody have any questions?
I mean, are the users of these spots, are they commercial? They're individuals, and it's one car, or is it multiple cars?
It's one car.
Okay.
These are individuals.
Individuals who either reside in the central business district or
Gotcha.
another residential area in Ridgewood.
And I'm assuming the price we're charging is commensurate with what we'd expect to get for the spot over the course of the year?
It's not, but it is commensurate with adding together the premium parking permit and the overnight parking permit.
Okay.
Kind of making a combination of the two.
Is it worth going forward with the 6 spots in the Cottage Street lot if nobody's renting them?
Well, they're not cordoned off. So, you know, if anyone's interested, we could still offer it. And then at that point is where we dedicate those spots. So I don't think there's any harm in continuing it if possibly someone might want to use it.
Okay.
I think it's great. I think this is a wonderful service for a lot of people. I'm wondering, do we prorate it for particularly when the summer months when the college kids are home and more
We
houses?
prorate it from when you buy it.
Okay.
So it's per month, it goes
But you
down.
have to fill out the end of the year?
Yes, it would be for the rest of the year.
Have we had any discussion about that, about the summer months? Because so many people
We
are-
haven't. We could, but I don't know if we charge from May through August.
Yeah.
I mean, we could discuss that. You know, there's a certain amount per month, obviously.
Yeah, yeah,
If you
yeah.
divide it by 12. So, I mean, we could certainly do that. I'd like to see how many of the 6 spots in the garage are taken. And I also know that we've had recent counts in the garage, and they're certainly going up generally. So, you know, it's whether or not we have the availability. But certainly as we get closer, like maybe March, we could discuss this again.
Yeah,
and
no, I
then
think
we
it's
could see.
great. I think anything we can do to get some more parking relief and begin discussing that'd be great. And I just think that for most households, summer months when kids show up with their cars is when people are looking for parking relief. I think it's great.
I had another thought, sort of along a different line. If the Cottage Street lot is still underutilized, could we offer, say, 5 or 6 spots for free to village employees on a raffle basis?
To village employees?
I don't mean to CBD employees, people who work in the central business district, so that they're not parking on the street, and we train them to park off-site.
We'd lose the revenue from those 5 or 6 spots.
You would, yep, but you
And-
get them off the streets.
And, you know, it depends too as to when those employees work. And the only concern is that, let's say they don't work on a Saturday, and there have been times in the Cottage Place lot when we did have areas dedicated to CBD employees at lower rate, and they were empty, and all the rest of the lot was full, and the shopper or diner who came in didn't have a place to park. So in that lot. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I don't know if we can actually do a raffle. I don't know how legal that is, but I guess Mr. Rogers could look into that.
Well, I think the raffle's an awesome idea if we can do it.
And the reason I say free to CBD employees is because I remember that even offering lower rates
Right.
didn't really attract them.
Correct.
So that's why I'm suggesting it.
I can look at it. I think just from the top of my head, I'm pretty sure that public raffles are frowned upon, but I can check it out and get back to you next week.
Okay.
Okay, but in the meantime, everyone's okay with renewing the 24/7, 365 in the garage and in Cottage Place?
Yes.
And are we going to have any promotion for this for future users? Like, are we going to create a flyer and post it and send it out to the community?
Yes.
Okay.
When we originated it, we did it through e-notices, and we also had it on the parking tile on the website.
Okay.
So. All right, so that's that. Okay, the next item is establishing the 2023 temporary budget. This sets the temporary budget until the actual 2023 budget is adopted. And the percentage of the budget is based on statute.
Questions?
The next one is a refunding of an overpayment of taxes. This was inadvertently paid twice, and so there will be a refund to the homeowner.
I'm not quite getting the math.
Right. You have two very different values on the cover page and
Yeah.
the read. It's 42,000 and then 2300.
Yeah, I think it's the 2311 probably, but I will find out. I'm not sure, actually, I don't know.
It's the resolution that matters,
42.
right?
Yes.
All right.
We'll figure it out.
That's a smaller amount, so.
We'll figure it out.
You go ahead.
The next one is tax-exempt veteran refund. So we have received proof for a disabled veteran to be property tax exempt, and a portion of the third quarter and fourth quarter taxes for 2022 will be refunded to CoreLogic, who paid the taxes.
Questions?
The next one is a annual contract, which is land surveyor services. This is with Dan Dunn of Waldwick, New Jersey. It's not to exceed $1,900. This is a $200 increase from 2022. This provides the village with a New Jersey professional land surveyor to endorse our tax maps and provides the license coverage for the survey work the staff of the engineering division prepares for various construction projects.
Everybody good?
The next one is landfill disposal of solid waste. This is the second year of a 2-year contract. This was awarded to the sole responsible bidder, IWS Transfer Systems of New Jersey, Inc., of Jersey City, New Jersey, at $80.49 per ton, and this is in the 2023 village operating budget.
Questions?
Yep.
Okay.
Where is this where is our solid waste going in terms of what landfill? And then my other question is, do our trucks bring it to the landfill, or does IWS's trucks bring it from Ridgewood to the landfill?
I'll just have Mr. Calvi come up.
Good questions. So IWS is strictly a transfer mechanism. We transfer all the garbage from the Village of Ridgewood to a transfer station in Patterson, where then they haul it in their trucks, large trucks, to a landfill in Pennsylvania.
So we transfer it to Patterson,
Yes,
and then IWS transfers it to the landfill.
to landfill.
Do we know what landfill it goes to?
I don't know the name of it. I could find out. Last I knew it was in Pennsylvania.
And just for the folks at home, it is astounding how expensive it is to dispose of our solid waste. This is for approximately $764,000, right?
Thousands of tons a year that we dispose of.
Yep.
So we're recycling. We're trying to get more and more out of the garbage.
So the unit price is $80.40?
49.
Okay.
Per ton.
Are we doing anything in, like, not in a critical way, but in an awareness way to let people know that? I mean, one of the things about the sanitation is that we're living, after COVID, you've seen so many people dump half their house out, and I feel like if the taxpayer knew what the price was, they may think about secondary markets more. We talked about doing a tiny bit of PR to create not just the global impact, but the financial impact, because that is a very big dollar amount. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd be happy to help you with that, Rich, but I think that when people are thinking about, should I toss it or should I find it a home, find it a home.
I know Johanna Luttrell does a good job of putting in the recycling green guide.
Yeah.
I think the version that's coming out for this year is going to include some pages with references to that.
Yeah.
But I agree, we need to kind of really push it on people to get them to know more about it.
And post it too. I mean, as much as we can everywhere. I mean, to translate it, not just beyond the earth, the financial implication is pretty huge.
Mm-hmm. The next item is accepting the name change of a vendor. We purchased a single operator leaf vacuum from Pierce Eagle Equipment in May of 2022, and we've been informed that Pierce Eagle is now VacCon Services, Inc. So we need to just adopt a new resolution with this new name so that they are able to be paid.
Good.
The next one is authorizing a shared services agreement for TV inspection of sewer mains. This is with the Northwest Bergen County Utilities Authority. This is an annual shared services agreement. It's 89 cents a foot for a minimum payment of $500. We must clean the line and provide traffic control. This is used on an as-needed basis, so if we don't use it, we don't pay anything.
Does the state require inspection every so often, or it's just as we think?
No, it's really if there are blockages. Sometimes it's roots, sometimes it's just additional debris, deterioration, but they don't require it, no.
What other systems, it mentions other systems, what other systems could this be used for? Stormwater? Water mains? Can it be used for those things? I see Chris shaking his head.
It's mostly, come on up, Chris, but I think it's mostly the sewer that we use it for, and we don't use it that often.
Good evening, members of the council. Congratulations, first off. This TV service is usually used for the sanitary sewer lines. Our collection system is well past its life expectancy. We periodically have problems. Cameras are usually the best way to investigate before we have to start digging. We could use the camera system in our stormwater collection system if, again, we had a concern of a collapse or something. For the potable water system, we would not use this service because of the disinfection requirements going from one type to another.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Good.
Chris, why don't you just stay there, and because you'll be up soon. We have endorsing the grant application for the solid waste infrastructure. This is a federal grant, and we're going to apply for recycling. I designate Sean Hamlin, our recycling coordinator, to apply for this funding opportunity. The next item is endorsing a community development block grant for Family Promise of Bergen County. It's in the amount of $24,500. It's for a project called Empowering Homeless Working Families Through Financial Education. Again, these do not obligate the village funds. It's just that they need an endorsement from the municipality in which they're located in order to apply. The next item is accepting a donation. So in an attempt to properly secure and preserve the newly sodded and renovated 90-foot official baseball diamond located on Veterans Field, the RBSA has given a gift of new seasonal fencing and posts that are purchased and installed by members of the RBSA, and that's to protect the village's significant investment on this field after the last flood. This seasonal fencing and posts have a value of $1,000.
Can this be used year after year, this fencing?
That's my understanding.
Oh, good.
I'm just curious as to the time period where it's going to be up.
I will find out.
Okay. Like this is going to be used out of season so that the field will be protected?
That's what it appears like to me, yes.
Okay. And do we have a place to store it off-season?
I'm sure we have a place to store it.
Great.
We can find a place. The next one is rescinding the resolution which we did this evening at the reorganization meeting for the final design services for Safe Routes to School grant. We'll just have to find out how much of this money we do have available so that we can do a new resolution, hopefully for next week, to award at least part of this final design.
Good. Let's go.
Okay. The next one is the capital ordinance for paving. So I know we have $2 million worth, I believe, of paving, correct?
Yeah, we prepared a preliminary list of streets. We'd like to bid those out very shortly. We'll award to the limit of funding provided by the council.
Okay. If we could just skip to the paving moratorium violations, then Chris will be done, which would be nice. So the paving moratorium is basically to keep our streets smooth because of the fact that what happens is we pave and then all of a sudden a utility will come in or another entity that needs to dig up. And recently we've had so many that have been dug up from various entities. And so what we're looking for is to increase the fine for the violation of not digging into freshly paved streets for 5 years. So currently, it's $2,000 per opening if it's before the 5-year time period, and the recommendation is to increase it to $2,500 per opening. In addition, the decorative thermoplastic crosswalks, in order to restore that, it would be an additional $200 per measured square foot. So, Chris, maybe you could speak to the numbers of, especially recently, utilities that have dug up freshly paved roads.
Sure, Heather. As everyone on the council is probably well aware, just driving around through the village, our streets are quite bumpy. A lot of it is related to gas main installation that PSE&G has been doing. We have a constant tug of war with them in trying to maintain our street surfaces. They have been at times good in resurfacing a large amount of the streets that they have dug up. The change in the moratorium amount is a further dissuader to utilities from digging in streets we've gone to the trouble of paving. It does unfortunately happen. Examples are somebody may have a sewer main failure in their home a year after we've paved the street. They're certainly not going to wait 4 years until they can excavate and correct it. It's just going to be an added cost to them. If the person claims hardship, the individual homeowner, we've had this happen. We will petition Heather for her consideration to see if she can waive it. And that's an opportunity that she has at her disposal. But for utilities, we really want them to do their work on our streets before we resurface.
I mean, I agree with utilities. We should charge them if, they should be organized enough to know. But if a resident has a sewer main break or something, it happened. I mean, I don't want to be penalizing them $2,500 for,
a lot of sewer main breaks that we become aware of don't happen overnight. They build upon, like debris builds up in a pipe, the homeowner cleans it, they start cleaning the pipe every 2 years. Then they start cleaning it every year because they feel that cleaning the line is less expensive than fixing it. So, there's less sympathy for those individuals to draw out the need to do a sewer line replacement because they just don't want to pay for the work. We have to fix our streets. We try to keep them in the best condition as possible. It is a continual challenge. But again, as I mentioned, there the individual can petition the manager to waive it. Obviously, they'll have to present a case. A catastrophic failure, I feel, is more something for sympathy than a individual that had just puttered along for years and then finally they had to finally do it, but however we resurfaced their street. We do have utilities that we work with. They'll ask, before they do a job on a street, they'll ask, how many years does it have left in the moratorium? And if the work is not of a critical nature, they'll oftentimes wait till the moratorium has lapsed because of that penalty factor. Again, that helps preserve our streets.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, to follow up on Lorraine's point, how many of these incidents would be public service and how many would be residential users? Guesstimate.
The great majority is the utility companies, and the utility companies are not just public service. Anybody who digs underneath in the street, that could be Verizon, it could be the telecommunications company.
Right.
For example, this summer we had a phenomenal fiber installation by Alltech. Most of that was overhead. However, if some of their work was to be underground, again, we would not want them to dig a new street up.
And it was my mistake for narrowing it to PSE&G, to all utility companies. So the vast majority of these incidents would be for utility companies, and
Yes.
and a small amount would be for residential users, and those residential users could petition the village manager.
Yes, residential users, however, not somebody who is flipping a home. We have found in a few cases, individuals are doing a home flip or renovation, so they decide they need to do a sewer lateral, and, well, guess what? We paved the street. Again, they can present their case. I'll present our perspective for the village. The manager can decide.
That sounds pretty reasonable.
You mentioned the telecommunications company that was rewiring or whatever over the summer.
Alltech.
Alltech, okay. Is it their wires I see looped all over telephone poles still?
If you see large loops that are about 2 feet in diameter, that's generally fiber optic. A lot of that is Alltech. They did a big push on fiber connectivity for the village, and as I was told, they're going to try to sell it to the residents.
Are they going to clean it up? I mean,
Are they going to clean it up?
yeah, there's like excess wires.
They're kind of
all
slow
over.
on that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of boxes still out there. We've tried to chase them down. They have been difficult. When they did the work, they used a lot of subcontractors. I worked with the police department on traffic safety issues, and they were a very big challenge for the police department.
They need to come back and finish up.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
So I'm a little bit with Lorraine that this could be a hardship for people. How does it work with new home sales? Like if you bought a house that had been neglected, I mean, would that qualify for hardship, Heather? Like if you just bought a house and you were, first-time home buyer and someone had shirked their duty and responsibility?
Sure, I mean, we could certainly look at that. All of the facts would be brought to the manager, and then that would be evaluated.
And
so,
how many times do people apply, and how many times do you
I
afford
think we
it?
had maybe 2 last year in 2022,
and
that was a lot.
Right, it was a lot.
But again, we tell the person they're responsible for the moratorium penalty.
Mhm.
They start explaining their circumstances, and we stop and say, okay, let's present your circumstances to the manager.
Okay.
She's the end-all decider on these issues. She acts like as a judge, because we'll present the village's perspective. And like to your point, if someone buys a house and they don't have an inspection of their sewer lateral, shame on them.
I don't think many people do that, though. I mean, that's not typical to have an inspection on the sewer.
They would be foolhardy, because in the village, a majority of our housing stock is 100 years old plus. A large majority of those homes have vitrified clay, VCP pipe, generally laid in 3 and 4 foot sections. The joints open up with time. It's like a lot of things in a home, it's a maintenance issue. We've had a number of ancillary examples where a home that was occupied by 2 older folks, just them, everything worked because they didn't produce much water. It seeped out of the pipe. Once a family with a bunch of kids and the increase in laundry, that lateral may no longer support their discharge needs.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, I typically, when you're buying a house and you do home inspection, it's never included. It's extra. That's like an extra $300-400, and I don't know. I've never really heard of people going for that. They do the radon, but they don't do the sewer, inspection.
We're hearing more and more people in their due diligence on their home purchase are investigating laterals. They're Oprah requesting our files and our information, which is their right, and we provide what we have.
Okay.
Everybody on board or not? Good? Good?
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Thanks,
Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is hybrid access to village council meetings. and I'll have Dylan Hanson come up, our IT director. So I think we just need to discuss what the parameters are, so we can, do a resolution which lays out exactly how it's going to work, so everyone's on the same page. So, I think what we need to discuss is the attendees. When they speak, will they have to be on camera and show their face? I know that was a concern in the past.
I definitely don't want to just hear a voice somewhere. I want to see a person.
Yeah, what was the objection to not having somebody turn the camera on? I tend to agree.
I'm fine with just the voice. Some people do have social anxiety. We've heard from people during public comment during this discussion that the ability to state your name and your legal residency, it remove barriers from, being socially uncomfortable to speak at public comment. So, I think I'm fine. There's really no reason to see someone's face, especially if they're in their bathrobe.
No, but you want to see, it's different when you hear a voice versus you see the body language. I don't know. To me, it's different when you're just hearing a voice than if you're seeing a person speak.
Plus, how do we know that the person speaking is the actual person?
That's true.
Well, they give their address.
Yeah, but
You don't
they're not right. Somebody come on and say it's Evan White's my address.
We have the same thing here. Somebody come in. And we have the same thing here. It's
Yeah, but we can physically look at them, and there's more accountability, and a lot of us know each other. I tend to think we should require an image, the camera on.
I would just as soon hear the voice alone. I don't want this to be more of an expense because we have the face and the figure. This isn't an application that we're hearing. We don't have to judge their credibility. We're just giving them a chance to comment. We're not ruling on anything. So I think just having the voice is fine.
This is a close call. It really is, because you both make excellent points. I think the idea ultimately is to remove as many barriers as we can, and because the people who are calling in are not actually receiving anything. They're not getting a license. They're not getting any remuneration. They're simply submitting their comments. So I'm going to go with just the voice. But given the choice, I would prefer to see their faces, and I'm wondering if we can have a hybrid access, which allows people to show their faces, because many people can, and for those who choose not to or who are unable, the seniors such as myself who might have technology impediments, can we do both?
Yes, we can do both. With this, if we do go with Zoom, if somebody calls in with a phone number, it will show a phone number. So
Dylan, use the microphone.
Oh, I'm better. Sorry about that. So if they dial in through Zoom, it will show a phone number, so they'll have to announce themselves. If they choose to call in through Zoom through the app itself, they have the option of turning on their video as well. So most people have iPhones and cameras anyway. So
then I think that's the way to go. We have full access for everyone who can, and for those who are able, we would ask that they show up in person via Zoom.
I mean, for those who do call in, we will have the individual's full phone number logged. It won't show it on the screen. It will show the last 4 digits, but we will have a log of each individual that calls in for any accountability.
So where will the voice come? Where will the phone be? Where will the voice come from?
From the speakers.
Okay.
And then you'll see if they go on video, they'll be on your screens in front of you as well as on the screens behind you.
Okay.
So we'll see it on our screens here, and the audience will see it on the screens behind us.
Yeah, and the audience will see it on the screens behind you, and then the people out on YouTube and Swagit and the TV station would actually just see the screen with them, so it would automatically be fed into our system.
Sounds great. Sounds great. What do we have to do to achieve this as soon as possible?
Well, again, I want to get the parameters, and
Yes.
then we can do that, but how quickly can it be up and running? That's a question for you.
I can be up fairly quickly.
Great.
By the end of the month. If we adopt a resolution next week,
We can
you
be
could
up
do
for
it for the
February
25th.
1st meeting. Or is it
Yeah,
There's a meeting on the 25th of January.
25th? Yeah, we could be up.
Terrific.
Could we even do closing comments via Zoom, because we'd have to pass the ordinance first, right? So people couldn't do it on the opening comments, but we could pass the ordinance, and then at the public comments at the end, we could do it via Zoom.
Not in that big a hurry. I think I want to move this quickly, but
all deliberate speed, so. All right.
I understand.
All right.
I think
I don't know if we can do it in a week. That's the only thing to get everything up and running. I don't know.
Yeah,
So-
I think the 25th is a good goal, and we can get the word out so that people understand that beginning on the 25th, we can do this, and it will now provide access to a whole host of people who, for a variety of reasons, have more difficulty getting here.
And are we going to have something where the people that are here in person, they speak first, and then once everybody here is done, then we go to the Zoom?
That was actually my next question to ask you.
I mean, do we need to put that in the ordinance? Can't that just be a matter of, running the meeting?
Practice.
Yeah.
I think it's important that people know if they're going to be here that, if they are going to go first, they'll go first, or if they're not going to be, that they'll go after. Because we have a limited time in the beginning, only 40 minutes. So, I think that's an important decision to make, so people are aware of their options.
And what is the council's pleasure on this? Because again, if you have a dozen people here, and if we take them first, then there will be no hybrid access that night.
Well, ending public comment, you'll always have time, because that's unlimited.
How hard would it be to toggle? Two from the floor, two from, how hard would it be to do that?
I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, if that's the way you want to do it.
No, I mean, is it harder for you? I don't want
It
to.
would be a little bit, because you'd be
Okay.
saying, oh, wait, the next person is going to be from Zoom. So whoever's controlling the meeting would have to say, okay, the next person we're taking is from the Zoom.
Right. So the average initial public comment's 40 minutes, which means roughly 13 speakers.
Correct.
So we could cap it at half and half. We could, because it's an odd number, we could do 7 and 6. I mean, initial public comment's just constrained, and there's going to be discontent of people not being able to speak. That also begs the question that the mayor can always extend public comment, if you want.
Well, I think the issue that comes up in my mind is, do we want to give a preference to those people who did come out, as opposed to those people, and there will be lots of people who are, it's more difficult to get out, some for whom it's impossible to get out, and some for whom it is more convenient to not get out. So, and I put this question out to the council. How do we want to handle that? Do we want to give any preference to the people who came out or not?
I would, because they have to drive home in the middle of in the dark of night.
Yeah, I would say if you take the time and the effort to get here at 7:30 or whatever time public comment is going to be, and then you don't get to speak because there were, we did, 2 here, 2 on Zoom, 2 here, and then, oh, sorry, I know you wanted to speak, but now you got to wait 3 hours till the end of the meeting in order to speak. That's not fair.
I mean, I stand by, I prefer to leave this as a matter of practice, not right into the resolution. I would give the council the ability to make those decisions on the fly. We can't always extend public comment. If it's apparent that all the people in the room are here to say the same thing, at that point maybe we would toggle to some of the folks online who might be more disparate in their views. But again, I would leave this to the discretion of the mayor or deputy mayor or whoever's running the meeting on a case-by-case basis and not write it into the resolution.
I feel one of the main reasons we're doing this is so things are equal, that we acknowledge people who can't be here in person actually have limitations, such as childcare, disability, and I feel like for accessibility reasons, we need to give the nod to the people at home to say if you're here and motivated in person, it's sort of advantage able-bodied people who have no hurdles in front of them. One of the main calls to action that we're doing this is for all the doors that this opened for people who hadn't previously been here. So I feel somewhat strongly to go 100%, in person defeats the purpose of even having it. That being said, given, I do think it ultimately will be discretion at some point, but if you want to do half and half and remaining time goes to the floor, we can do it. I think we need to have something so it's fair, because one of the things is when you do Zoom, at work, you can see who people are more readily, and you might be like, oh no, that person's coming, or oh yes, this person's coming. So I think to ice everybody out at home, that was directly contradicting why we're doing it.
I'm just thinking, somebody's going to do a Zoom from the hallway because the line's too long. That somebody's going to get up the line, walk right out there, and get on their camera.
Well, that might be your way of doing things.
Well, no, I'm up here. I got to be in person, but no, I continue to think we leave this. Listen, this is still a brave new world. We can always change the ordinance later, but I would leave the discretion open to do this on a case-by-case basis. And I don't disagree with anything that Siobhan necessarily is saying either, but I'd say let's go case by case.
And if I may, Mayor, that was going to be my comments with similar to what Evan just said, was that this is really going to be since it is a hybrid, it's going to be almost a meeting by meeting basis when you determine who comes to the meeting, how many of those people that come to the meeting want to speak, and people that are home that are just listening and knowing how many of them may want to speak. I know that other communities and legislative bodies utilize a system, and I'm not suggesting we do this, but just to know what they have, anybody who wants to speak ahead of time, virtually, they have them sign in to speak ahead of time virtually. I know we don't want to limit to that, but you're going to need to administrate how many people at the meeting are going to talk and how many people that are waiting, in the queue virtually to speak at the meeting as well. And if that can be found out, you can work it because you're going to adjust it on a regular basis. I think to set identified numbers, you don't know if 6 people or 7 people are going to speak or be involved from the virtual aspect of it. So you've got to run it on the fly, and I think that's the best way to work it with the resolution. And maybe over discussions over the next 2 weeks before the 25th, maybe we can figure out a way to work that in and administrate that on a fair basis. But I think you can't put a number. I wouldn't suggest putting a number on it, and I would suggest that you allow it to be administrated at each meeting and determining which way to go.
But I love that idea, the idea that if you feel strongly and you can't attend, you can email maybe the clerk the day of and get a designated slot, right? So if you do feel strongly about having your voice heard and you can't make it in, perhaps you would email Heather and you'd be told, all right, you will be at 8:20. And then we would switch to that prayer, and we'd have 5 slots dedicated for somebody who pre-signs up. But again, I would not put this in the resolution. I would try to experiment and work this out, figure out what works best, and then go with that rather than buying thurselves now.
I agree with the suggestion Evan made and that Siobhan made. I would leave this in our discretion. And here's a suggestion. And again, not to put it in the resolution because we're going to figure this out as we go along. We haven't done it yet. But here's my initial thought, is that we would, and to avoid the back and forth of an in-person comment to a Zoom comment, we begin with the people present. We take as many as 10 if we have people in the queue waiting on Zoom. And then, at the discretion of the council, we extend public comment to include at least 7 more people by Zoom, which would take us well past our 40 minutes. And there will be a limit because we don't want to do this all night, although depending upon the issue, perhaps we will. But that is my initial idea on how to begin. We'll tweak it as we go along. We leave that out of the resolution. Does that sound like a good way to go to begin? Mm-hmm. Good?
Yeah.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Really quick, too, another idea with this is if we don't have the back screens on and I just have the screens in front of you enabled, I can give you a different view so you can actually see how many people are waiting in a log. It would be more of an admin view, so you would actually see how many people are queued up with the full information.
That's a great tool. I I liked the idea myself of having the screen so that the people in the audience and the people that, well, you would still have the people on Zoom would see what we see?
They would see what you see, but they would also, but the people here in the audience wouldn't see them. But if you were on YouTube or Swag It or on the channel, you would see them. It would just be blocked because right now I only have one connection up here for that.
Is it possible to have all the screens working and simply one screen here to have the queue so that we could monitor that as we go forward?
I would have to make a request from our signal division to run another cable from the back up here to do that.
How big a deal is that?
I would have to see what their load is right now on what their schedule of stuff they're currently working on. So I can reach out to them tomorrow and find out.
Because it's a useful tool. I do like the idea, though, that everyone sees. You know, those people in attendance see the people who are speaking, who choose to Zoom in. So if we can do that and it's not a big deal, I think that would be a great Solomon-like way to work it.
All right, let me find out tomorrow, and then I will email Heather the information. She can share it with you if it's capable, if it could be done before the 25th.
And if it can't be done before the 25th, even if it's done later, at some point.
Yeah, and then I could always do a workaround and give you a laptop up there with a view of the queue as well.
That would be terrific. Again, as long as we have one screen like that, then we can monitor this.
And then you can just call upon, and I can bring them into the room at the time.
That'd be great. And again, we're gonna tweak this as we go along. But I think that's a good way to start. Everybody?
Yep. I have another question. Are village council members allowed to participate from another location? My recommendation is only in very unusual circumstances and definitely not for public meetings because there are votes. And so that's my recommendation, but I think you need to discuss that.
Do we have an ordinance on remote voting already? Because that's
No.
previously, okay. I mean, I would think it'd be a good idea in limited capacity.
Yep.
But very unusual,
Yes.
You were ill, so you couldn't come to the meeting, but you're well enough to participate. But again, with public meetings, I would really be concerned about it, just because of the votes.
I think your recommendation is excellent. And especially in the days of COVID, where someone is just unavailable but can participate, I think that's a good way to go.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so maybe we could put that in the resolution, just so we kind of are all on the same page.
Good.
Does this mean I get to zoom in from the beach?
That's why, that's the one that's not unusual.
Please put in the resolution that the beach is not an adequate excuse for not attending.
And then I just want to let you know, obviously, as we did when we had Zoom, we need a moderator from IT to be able to let the people in so that we can do it in a webinar format, because then we're not susceptible to the Zoom bombing, which we did have. And, it's just a minor added expense, but we used to pay people also to film. We paid the EMTs to film, so, it's I just want to mention that. And then the other one is, and that's it. Those were the questions I had. So,
Approximately how much will this kind of hybrid access cost us?
Depends on how long the meeting is.
that's right. We make them shorter. It's not as long. They have to stay to the end because there's public comment at the end as well. So, and obviously, depending on who is here, it's up to 40 hours. It's straight time for them. And then after 40 hours, it's time and a half.
I seem to remember when you and I spoke about this last year, Dylan, we guesstimated the amount to be in the $8,000 or $9,000 range for the year.
For just for
the IT person to come in for as long as the meeting lasts, for as many meetings as we have, 12 months a year.
I could probably figure out a little bit more accurate based on a rotation, so it would be every other one of us, like we keep rotating for each of the meetings.
That'd be terrific.
So I'll come up with a formula. I'll get the straight pay salaries from our payroll department and come up with a formula.
Great.
That's good. Okay.
And then
So-
I'll base that off for like a 4-hour meeting on average, or 3 hours.
It depends.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Sometimes we get very lucky, and it's only an hour.
We've been three
I've left here and got breakfast.
Okay. The only other thing, if we could do the improvements to public comment, because that'll include Dylan as well. So I know that Councilmember Winograd asked that this be on. I know that you have a basically a citizen's guide to public comment, which I think is a great thing. I know you had kind of recommended it be on the podium. I think it's probably better on the table with the agendas, only because I think when people are at the podium, they're speaking and they're not going to be reading, this information. We did have this several years ago, and certainly we could do something similar.
So one of the things, I'll just go quickly, that...
Are we doing improvements to public comment?
Yes.
Good.
A couple things that have been going on from the public side from years, and several of you have joined me out there, that the process can be enhanced. And the first thing is that there's a document called Ridgewood Rules of Order, which is a guide, a citizen's guide to comment, debate, and decorum, which, is always an issue for everybody. So I took a stab at that. There were question marks in there that I told Matt, you have it both in Word and a graphic. And I'd like that because often when new people come here, I get calls of, what's a work session? What's this? How's that work? When is the vote occur? So this is just a very generic civics guide, and we could post it. We could inform the community of what it is, how we operate. It creates more awareness. I think it's great. I think it's sort of whimsical, fun, and great, and the high school students love it. And I know when the pickleballers were looking to come en masse, they distributed it, and lots of groups have used it. It's not 100%, so if you guys could give feedback, we can change it, and then we could post it. And in that, I feel that from the podium, a couple things have been very uncomfortable for the public that I've heard repeatedly. One, we need to have clocks. If you go to the Board of Ed, like when you're up there, you're like, duh, how much time is left? We can have these. I initially thought we could do it on here, but however you want to do it, I'm fine with. A countdown clock, so when you're thinking, how much more time do we have? And then it doesn't become adversarial. Excuse me, be quiet, sit down. So I'd like to see some type of public clock, some type of public notice there. There's also, and I think it's going to be expensive, and this isn't my call to action, but other members of the public have asked for the podium to be moved because of when you're standing up there, you kind of feel like in a fishbowl, and you feel very uncomfortable, and we talked about people being socially comfortable. That's not high on my wish list, but I wanted to discuss it. And then the last thing with improvements to public comment, and I don't mean this critically, but so I'm going to say like mean things. The sound in here is terrible. It's, very hard. We have different ages. We have different levels. And I think we need to deal with the sound. One, I don't know if we could contact the Bergen County sound engineer to see if we could get some free advice. And two, along the disability line, I do think we need to talk about potentially closed captioning our meetings for those who want to watch it that way. We had several people show up that. So that's everything, like all out on the table. But the process is a little rough from the citizens' point, and I think this is the awareness, then there's, technological things we can do to enhance it, and then there might just be the harsh reality that the acoustics can't be improved.
Right.
So that's everything from my perspective.
So actually, Dylan has some comments on that. First of all, just if you look at the back, we do have a sample of a countdown clock that we located that would be posted
underneath the TV on that side. And it's a white lettering, and the height of the clock is 8.75 inches, which is more than adequate to see from the back corner of the room.
Okay.
And it's a white number countdown, and then it has an audible alert once it finishes counting down, it would reset.
And the good news is we can stop it if the council speaks, and back and forth, and then it starts again at that time stopped if the member of the public continues to speak.
Does it stop automatically, or do we? Or
No, it will be done by the
Remote
person in the village clerk's position over there. So
Can you put a clock on Zoom for the Zoom participants?
I think in Zoom there might be a built-in add-in that we can utilize for
That'd be
that.
great. Good.
In addition, you had ideas about speakers.
Yeah, so I actually reached out to a contact out in Bergen County, and they gave me the contact to the sound engineer. They're currently revamping their entire room right now with a new audio system. So I'm reaching out to him, and I'm going to see if I can go visit them down there to see what they're doing. The person also told me their room was more of a square room, not like ours with a cathedral-style ceiling. So I had a great idea of what other facilities have a ceiling like this, and it struck me in church. They have it in church. So I talked to the sound engineer there, too, and he was telling me that they use an analog audio board that they can control, be more precise with each of the devices. And the people that work there mostly use lapel mics. So somebody brought up the idea of lapel mics to me. I gave them the pros and cons. There are possibilities people have forgotten to turn off the lapel mics when they get up from the dais and go to another room, and it's televised. That's happened, but you just have to be more aware of it. So I'm trying to think of ways to alert people to remember to shut off the lapel mics and everything else. Lapel mics run around $350 a piece. And then we'd have to make sure the batteries are good. We'd have to really be on top of them to make sure they're functioning for an entire meeting.
Are they wireless?
They're 100% wireless. So we just have to be diligent in maintaining them. I would want to order at least 10 of them to have a couple of spares in case one was faulty or it wasn't functioning at night or we had to send it out to get repaired. So I'd like to have a couple of extra in the back if we do go that route. If we do go that route, we don't have enough channels in our current system except an additional 5 wireless systems, 5 wireless devices. So we would have to also buy a board to accept those additional ports.
And you're talking about more than 5 because you have...
I'm talking 10 and then...
You're talking about the attorney, the clerk, the manager.
7, 8.
The
8.
manager.
So I would be looking at like 10 to 12 to purchase.
And what can we upgrade our microphone system for the people sitting at the tables and the podium? Because the problem at the podium is always that people speak when they're away from the mic, and obviously when you lean into it, it's very easy. And, it sounds very good. But like a lapel mic, I know obviously is not by someone's mouth. So can there be the equivalent of that kind of mic so that it picks up sound better?
So we can turn up the sensitivity, but right now the positioning of the speakers from the last engineers I had come in here and upgrade some of our equipment, and they also put the soundboards up. That helped a lot with the acoustics, so we used to have a really bad echo. You get a lot of feedback. These things can actually pick up and become very sensitive. So that's why I want to talk and have the engineer from Bergen County come down and look at our setup. I was even thinking about going over to a local business over in Paramus and having them come in because they have sound engineers there, and maybe they can give us a price on adjusting or telling us we might have to reposition some of the speakers. Because what I found out was these speakers up on the top part were installed before they put these lights in. And a lot of the speakers are firing into the lights, causing a lot of the echo or the power of the speakers that we should be getting.
That's so interesting as you say it, and I look up at them now, it looks as though they are pointed at these reverse dome-like lights.
Yes.
And it catches the sound.
So it's causing, that's the biggest challenge with this current setup.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'll defer to you as the expert. I would think the problem is not in the mics; it's in the speakers. Because I agree with Paul. When you get up close, it's clearly picking your voice up. It's just not getting out there to the folks in the back. So I would encourage you to go that route.
Yeah, and then I was thinking also adding another 2 speakers back there and possibly shutting these off. So it would be louder back there, and the people at the podium, we'd boost the speakers up front for you guys as well as in the back. And then they wouldn't have to worry about hearing from there because you're right there talking directly to them here. So they're pretty much listening to you directly, not so much over the audio system. Like when you're talking to me right now, I hear you better talking to me directly. I'm not really hearing it from the back end.
Well, it sounds like you're aware of all the issues, and it's going to take a little bit to figure each one out, and you're looking into all of that.
Yeah, and I literally just talked to somebody last week, and that's how I got the information that they're redoing the audio system.
Then maybe you can come back on the 25th and update us on where we are and where you think we should be going.
And hopefully I get to take a field trip and see what they have down there.
That sounds great.
The other item is the podium. We did have it over here for a while, and then it got moved back to the center. It really didn't work well.
I thought it was great. As a resident, I loved the podium over there. To me, because when I got up to speak, you see the whole council, you see the audience. The audience can hear you better because you're not speaking face forward and everybody's behind you. I mean, to me, it worked better. I don't know why they changed
There were
it.
still problems with the sound, though, was my understanding.
There was a little problem with the sound, but the biggest issue, if you're after the meeting's over, look at the bottom of the podium, because court has it here for the center, so it got dragged back and forth. There's no wheels on it, so the bottom has gotten slightly worn.
Do we have, is court in person now?
It's a mix, yes. They have in person as well as on Zoom, hybrid. So they have a mixture.
Wheels aren't expensive.
I think DWI and domestic violence are in person, and the rest are via Zoom.
No, we've had people for parking come in too. They didn't want to do Zoom, they wanted to come in person.
I agree with Lorraine. I like the idea of putting it over there, and certainly if it didn't work out, we can always move it back. But I've actually been here when we were able, for some reason, we were able to use the podium over there. I find it awkward, and as we've seen many people who want to comment, they are constantly turning behind to speak to the audience, which then takes their mouths away from the microphone. So can you figure a way to either make it portable so that it moves back and forth?
I would like to see if Signal would be able to modify the bottom and repair some of the worn. If they're not, I would recommend getting a new podium with wheels on it that we could easily transport back and forth. And
Sounds like a plan.
Plug it in over there, and I'll just have to have a jack extended into that area for making it more permanent. So I'll also ask them if it's capable of doing.
Great. Closed captioning?
Closed captioning is done on the YouTube channel after the video is uploaded. During a meeting, I am not aware. I can look into some apps or see if there's anything available to do that. I can also reach out to Swag and see if they have any additional services that they will offer to do that. So I'll reach out to them tomorrow as well and find out from our contact there.
So Zoom has the functionality. It's in there, and I think you pay an additive fee.
Yeah, everything's a fee, so I want to see. But right now, Swag is who does all our to broadcasting to the TV. So Zoom wouldn't be to our TV. We wouldn't go from the meeting to Swag to Zoom to the TV. I think I said that right.
And I think the last thing was, where would we post the rules and suggestions that you had talked about?
Well, I was hoping, because this is working, that everybody, only Matt did his homework, and Matt's the only one who gave me feedback on it. If you could all read it and let me know. And then what I was hoping is that once it's approved, we could talk about paring it down for something up there. And where would we post it? I mean, I would think we would go big with this. We'd put it on Instagram, because we put it everywhere, and then we could even send it to the high school students for governance so they could see how local works.
And I think that's terrific. I meant in terms of putting it
Here.
in this room. My first thought is that putting a one-page document or even a half-page document on the podium is not the best place, because someone is coming up to say something. So here's just a thought, is that perhaps we announce at the beginning of the meeting that there is a suggestion page that is over on the table where we keep the agendas, and perhaps we can even include it with the agendas, attach it to the agenda, so that someone sitting in the audience could read it. We could even recommend here from the dais, because I just don't think that that putting it on the podium is going to give someone the opportunity to stand. I mean, think about it. If it's a half page long, it's going to take them a minute to read it.
No, I meant more the pared down would be state your name, because we all take things for granted, like, hello, welcome to a meeting,
Sure.
turn on the mic, all the things that we say 400 million times. You know, state your name and your address. The Board of Ed has a different intake. Has anybody been to the Board of Ed lately? They have the clocks. Like, none of these are my original ideas, other municipal. But something, you know, we can put that in the sunshine binders wherever you see fit, but something more like bold, 20-point font of what to do, because people are nervous to come here, and we want to make it easy.
Yeah, that's one thing I was going to suggest, is if you want it to be user-friendly, use a bigger font than this.
Yeah.
And also, there's reference to the Sergeant at Arms.
That's from the ordinances. There's 3 ordinances
Who's
regarding.
our Sergeant at Arms?
Well, we haven't had one recently. There was a time when we did need a sergeant at arms who was, and it was a police officer who was here in the room every meeting.
The good old Valley days.
And then the reference to there is no clock and all that, and the center lectern, those things could change. Okay.
Good.
Isn't there?
And I'm going to hand you my typo suggestions. That's right. Don't use passive voice.
Were there any other comments for this part of it, the improvement to public comment?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I think we know which way we're going. That's good. Thank you, Dylan.
We're good on the clock, so I can order these?
Oh, yeah. Are you okay with that clock?
Yeah.
With white lettering. They do make blue, they do make purple, they do make red, they do make green. I like the white. I think it's the easiest to view, and it's not
I think it'll
overbearing.
stand out the most.
All right.
Contrast.
Unless it comes in maroon. Other than that, go
What's
white.
that?
Unless it comes in maroon.
No.
Okay. The next is Eager, selection of
Thank
energy
you, Dylan.
consultant.
And yeah, thank you, Dylan. And we'll come back to this on the 25th.
Yes.
Great.
Have fun on your field trip. Have fun on your field trip.
So, Deputy Mayor Perrin, I know you've been the advocate for this, so I'll turn it over to you.
So, the EAGER program is encouraging alternative green energy for Ridgewood, and we're calling it EAGER. It is to basically reduce the village's carbon footprint, and by village I mean residents. This is if we were to aggregate our demand for electricity, we could command a lower fixed price with more renewable content. Several other towns in New Jersey have done so, and last year the council passed an ordinance to do that for, I think it was a 3-year period. And in the interim, we have been we put out bids for an energy consultant. This market is so difficult to understand that you have to hire a consultant who can tell you when to put out your bid to hire a third-party electricity supplier. And so we are at the stage where we need to select a consultant. And we've gotten 3 consultant bids. They are from Gable Associates, Good Energy, and Taurus. And so we need to vote on which ones we want to hire.
And I know, Pam, you have done a tremendous amount of work on this and research, and I know that you have gotten into the weeds on this like nobody's business. I want to start out by saying thanks so much, because without your guidance on this, we would never have gotten to this stage.
Well, it's a whole subcommittee from Green Ridgewood that has done the work. And I should also say what we learned when we interviewed these 3 consulting companies is the market's really bad right now. But we should get ready and hire somebody. Well, it's not really hiring. That's the other thing. We don't pay the consultant. They get paid through the third-party supplier, and so we're not having to shell out any money at this point. And what most towns are doing is they're waiting for the market to get better, hopefully in June. And in the interim, if we engage an energy consultant, they can be getting the various data that they need, the load for our town, so that they can make the calculations as to what kind of bid would be reasonable. So, of these three, I personally think Gable Associates is our best bet. They run the aggregation program for municipalities in New Jersey. So Ridgewood the Village is a participant in the what's called SEM, the New Jersey SEM, and we have also used Gable in other contexts as consultants. They were involved from the beginning of this deregulation process in the early 2000s. They are the ones who helped develop the regulations, the rules, and I think they have the most contacts with the third-party suppliers. They can winnow the wheat from the chaff. They know who's good, they know who's bad, and other representatives from other towns have said to me, well, Good Energy was fine. We went with them at first, but now we're with Gable. And the other, Good Energy was a good applicant. Many of my colleagues liked them. Taurus made a proposal that struck us as, wow, really, that's amazing. We can have our cake and eat it too. And so we called them back, and it turned out it was too good to be true. They also are more active nationally rather than in New Jersey, so I don't think they have the contacts that Gable Associates would have. And that's why I would vote for Gable.
Anyone else?
No, I just want to thank Pam. I know, Pam, you've spoken to me about this, and I've read through the material. Very much appreciate your steer and your work on this.
Thank you.
I mean, the only problem I have, which I've always had right from the beginning, is that it's an opt-out program. Like, everybody is opted in. And I want to make sure we can figure out a way for anybody that doesn't want to do this to be able to opt out very easily.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the elderly people that are not, computer savvy. Is there a way to make a phone call and opt out?
Yes, that will be explained before the program even goes into effect, and people can opt out at any point during the course of the contract with the third-party supplier. It's very easy.
And that will be incumbent upon us to communicate to our residents the option to opt out at any time.
Right.
So that becomes our responsibility at the end of the day.
But it's very difficult. It's just like the water. You can send out 1 million postcards and blah, 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 and people say, I didn't know we had a water restriction. Yep. I just got a ticket. Oh, my goodness. I didn't, what's this? I didn't ask to be with Gable. I had PSE&G, So we are going to get a lot of negative feedback, I would think. And like you said, I mean, we are going to have to figure out a way to let our residents know, but we're certainly not going to reach everybody, that's for sure.
No, and at the end of the day, if we do this, it is because we believe that it will ultimately save all of our residents money. And that's what this is about. And so, again, the education portion of this is going to be our responsibility. No matter what we do, we will not get to 100% of the people. But hopefully, in that scenario, even those people who want to opt out will be saving money. So hopefully. I will feel if that works the way it's supposed to, I will feel responsible but less guilty. So
the consultant gives you the templates of how to reach out to every resident in the community. So we don't have to invent the wheel.
And I have also reviewed the materials, and I agree with Pam's assessment. Gable is clearly the leader in this field in our region, and so I would support Gable.
And I think you did an awesome job at this. You've been talking about it for so long. It's incredibly impressive. I defer to you from the interviews, but I do like the fact that they have a proven track record, they're Jersey focused, and that this whole packet of information came on this. So I read most of it, not all of it, and I think this is just a nice step to get ready to be ready for when it is important. So thank you, Pam. You did an awesome job. And everything is, I'm assuming, spelled correctly.
I can assure you that Gables is all spelled correctly, or else Pam would not recommend them.
Thank you all.
Next item is the pedestrian plaza and dining corrals. I had given you a memo with various questions, just so that we can go through it, and you know, if it's going to operate exactly the same or not, that's the question, I guess. So, for instance, the days that it'll be in operation previously was all day Saturday and Sunday. Is that what we're looking for again?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone's in agreement?
Mm-hmm.
Before we begin this, I've been speaking to Matt Rogers about my recusal and my conflict, and he has done some additional research on this, and he has prepared a memo, and I would like him to explain the position and the current status.
All right, Paul and I have been talking about this since we were dealing with, during his term as a council member, dealing with the grab and go and the areas for drop-off and deliveries that the council had spoken about. The the position that Paul was always concerned about is making sure that he was doing the right thing, making sure that his position with regard to this and any participation in a vote and discussion was legal, was proper, and that he didn't violate any ethical standards or considerations that are required for municipal elected officials. So we went at this, and through extra work that we did in terms of going through some case law, with some help from some local attorneys, or attorney, I should say, with regard to some direction, and also with regard to, I contacted the League of Municipalities, contacted several judges, other municipal attorneys with regard to this, attorneys that give presentations and provide the ICL courses, the continuing education courses for attorneys on these things. We really pretty much looked at this up and down in every way that we possibly could, I feel, and I feel very confident that the mayor can participate in discussions with regard to the aspects of the usage of properties in the streets and other types of programs in the central business district. What this really all has to do with is the local government ethics law. And the local government ethics law says in one of its sections is that a government officer will not be deemed in a conflict if he participates in the discussion that involves a group to which he is a member of and where he may receive a benefit of that group, but no different than any other member of that group. With consideration and the understanding, and again, I feel confident that the group can be the central business district, because groups in case law have been groups of members, parishioners of churches, homeowners associations, land areas, and in this case, a central business district or an area of commercial properties. It would qualify as a group under the local government ethics law. And it says that as long as he's not going to have any separate gain or monetary gain that's different than anybody else. And I think discussions about the pedestrian malls, dining corrals, and such in terms of a concept being utilized down in our central business district to help promote the businesses for the entire district or for the areas of the district. I have no doubt that he's able to participate in those discussions. The only place where I think there may be an issue, and that Paul and I have discussed, is that if there is a discussion about a determination of where should the location of a dining corral be, or where should the location of a pedestrian mall be, I think that may be a little bit more specific to his interest than others. So in regard to that, and Paul agrees that there is an understanding that he would not participate and recuse himself from voting in regard to a determination of the location. However, a discussion in terms of, do we want to use dining corrals? Do we want to begin the pedestrian mall series again? How frequently, how often, and that aspect, and some of the questions that Heather has raised in her memo, I think his participation is certainly warranted and certainly available for the vote or the discussion about it. Whether or not those things are going to be a benefit to the central business district, I think not only is he able to participate, but I think obviously his experience with it is going to be something that's going to be a benefit to the community. And I know that the courts, when they look at this, and the reason why this section of the local government ethics law is written the way it is just for that purpose, is that there is an expertise that is available, and as long as there isn't any specific benefit to the mayor that's different than another restaurant or another building owner, then he's able to participate and vote, participate in the discussions and participate in the voting on the use of a pedestrian mall, the use of dining corrals, the certain different events, such as the sale days, other events that happen down in the central business district. Only if there is a particular location issue that's going to be discussed that may benefit him differently than other property owners, restaurant owners in the village. So I think with that, unless anybody has any questions, I certainly feel comfortable that that's does not create a conflict for the mayor's participation.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as I know, I've been coming to council meetings forever, and recusal has always been very vague and subjective, and that, one person may think you should recuse and the other person doesn't, but it always used to be, does it pass the smell test? It just doesn't look right. I don't think that, you are an owner, you own a restaurant, you own several buildings, you cannot deny that you benefit financially from having the pedestrian mall or dining corrals. All the restaurants that have them benefit. But so this is where, when Matt said, unless you benefit differently than somebody else, I feel you do, because the restaurants that are in the pedestrian mall benefit versus the restaurants that are not in the pedestrian mall. There is a different benefit.
If I may, and it certainly can be supplemented by the mayor, that is why, we're talking again about a distinction being made between discussion and voting on whether or not pedestrian malls should be utilized in the central business district or dining corrals should be utilized in the central business district versus, where do we want to put a dining corral? The location creates that potential issue. And Paul and I have talked about that, and that would be something, the location would be something where he would not participate. However, the use of pedestrian malls in the central business district, or the use of dining corrals, or grab and go, or that, because we did it with grab and go. We participated in the discussions about whether or not grab and go is a good thing for central business. So that's what he's able to participate in. Those are the discussions that he's able to participate and vote on. But location, I think once it gets to there, it gets to that point where you pointed out, none of these, there's no defined yes or no answer. Everyone is fact sensitive. If there was a defined answer, it would be very, very easy to approach all these things. But it's not, and each one has to be looked at. It is subjective in that regard, but there is some direction given to us by the local government ethics law and by case decision with regard to that, classifying as a group, and also whether or not there is an interest or in this case, an economic interest that is different than anybody else in the central business district if the pedestrian malls are going to be used. So, to a certain extent, what you're saying does create a problem if it's talking about a location, but he's not going to participate in location discussions or votes. It's
all right. So, Heather, I have a question. So, when we did the pedestrian mall in the past, everybody knows where it was.
Right.
When we're talking about the pedestrian mall again, are we talking about the same location?
That's up to this council, if that's what you want, or if I know that there were concerns from people outside of the mall where people would park there and then just walk up to the mall area, and that was a concern because they felt like they were losing out, even though,
right.
So that's up to the council. Obviously, we can't do the entire stretch of East Ridgewood Avenue because that would be cost prohibitive. I mean, to close down all those streets, to be able to put up all those barricades, to have, right now I think we have 2 police officers assigned to the pedestrian plaza. We would probably have to do 4 or 6 or something if it were that long. Maybe that's what we do once a month. If we do it for 3 or 4 months, maybe once a month we do the entire stretch. I don't know. That's
what I'm trying to get. I don't understand really how we can have a conversation about this without talking about location.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm looking to you for guidance as to location.
Yeah, and
we can keep it exactly the same, or we can expand it or change it.
Let me start, and believe me, I shared your concern because, as everyone knows, despite many questions and comments from people I know, I was always, I'm not voting on this, I'm not talking about this, I'm not getting involved in this. And fortunately, Matt did some additional research, and there is actually a very clear statute that says that as long as I am a member of a group and I don't get any greater benefit than any other member of the group, it's as clear as day in a one-sentence statute, then I can participate. As for location, as everyone knows, I was one of the people who built the pedestrian plaza. At that time, I had said, when I was asked, where should we do this? And I was clear as day, and I maintained the same position. That's not my call. That was never my call. That is the police department's call, because this is a traffic issue. And so I completely deferred. They chose what streets would be closed. And before I was on the council, I never participated in any location discussions about that. As Matt clearly points out, certainly now that I'm on the council, as long as I don't, if what would be a conflict for me, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if I engaged in part of the location discussion and I said, okay, we're going to do this in a location such that it benefits me more than it benefits some other business, some other landlord. But so long as I am not involved in that discussion, which I don't think I should be regardless, then I was convinced that I don't have a conflict. And again, as everyone has seen many, many times, I wouldn't go near it before until I read the law. And I want to thank Matt for putting together a comprehensive memo, which when we talked about it, I said, please make this memo available to whoever wants to see it, because I'm sure many people will reasonably have a question given my past recusals for the past year. And please let them read this, because I believe that, having read it myself, it's as clear as day that as long as I don't participate in any discussion about about location, that I didn't actually have a conflict. But I always err on the side of caution.
I mean, that's fine. I understand it. I'm just saying perception is not going to be good. So I just want to go on record that I think you should recuse. There's 4 of us. There's 3 people who clearly want it. You have no worries. It's going to pass. You should just step aside.
I mean, respectfully, Lorraine, there's the old saying about, any lawyer that represents himself has a fool for a client. Mm-hmm. This is why we have Matt Rogers. Matt does not work for the mayor. Matt does not work for the council. Matt works for the Village of Ridgewood. And he is an independent counsel in that regard. And for him to come in as that independent party, assess the situation, do the legal research, and say that this is okay, and then put out a memo that is available to the public, to me should answer the question. If not, what is the point of having a lawyer that represents the village and not us individually if that lawyer cannot make a decision about our ability to serve on a particular point of view? So, I understand your point about perception, but at the end of the day, truth and facts are more important than perception. And I'm inclined strongly to go with the independent advice of our lawyer that says that this is not a conflict so long as we stay within the boundaries of the guidance. And moreover, I'm not aware of any discussion to look at the location. I agree it really should be a police traffic flow conversation. And unless there's something that has changed since the first time this was set up, again, without Paul's input, I'm not sure why we'd visit the location. So until there's an actual problem with the location, again, I err on the side of going with our lawyer, or not our lawyer, the Village of Ridgewood's lawyer, who said that this is not a conflict.
All right, let's move on.
So, why don't we get location taken care of?
Okay,
And are you looking for the same areas that it was before?
If I may, just because the prior council did not want pedestrian malls and did not want dining corrals and that, I think there needs to be a discussion, at least an idea that everybody is either in favor of that, or some are, some aren't, or which way that goes.
Okay.
And then I think as this goes down, you had a number of questions that were in your memo.
Right.
I thought that
They're really just talking points, but yes.
okay, and that's what I looked at, in advance of this meeting.
Right.
And
Okay, so why don't we start with the basics, like you said? So I guess I need to know how people feel about having the pedestrian plaza. Yes or no?
Yes.
I like the pedestrian plaza, but not on a weekly basis.
Okay.
It's just too harmful to some of the businesses, and I don't see how we can do something that is going to benefit some businesses and harm others. It's just unfair. And who are we to decide, okay, we're going to cut your business in half on the weekends?
I think the issue that we have to address is that we are now, like it or not, in an Amazon economy. And that unless we provide what retail is searching for, which is an experiential retail restaurant experience, that we will fade into obscurity. This year, without the pedestrian plaza, was a very difficult year for the Central Business District. The Central Business District suffered, and the need for this is critical to its survival. That being said, the residents of our town want this, and they want it every weekend. Our businesses want it every weekend, and that is the only way this will work. It doesn't work on a once-a-month basis or a once every couple of weeks basis. This is the future. It is absolutely the future. And I believe that once the police establish, for lack of a better term, a pedestrian plaza zone, an area that is in the pedestrian plaza, and businesses will ultimately gravitate into that zone or out of that zone, depending upon the type of business that they have. But without it, our central business district will suffer. Moreover, our residents and our voters have asked for it.
One of the ideas that has come up at the Central Business District Advisory Committee is to rotate the location of the pedestrian plaza from street to street on various weekends so that no particular business establishment is overly burdened. I thought it was kind of an interesting idea, ran it by our chief of police, and when we looked at the separate streets, they didn't lend themselves to that kind of a round robin, because if you look at Oak Street, it doesn't extend much, and you can't go into where the bus station is. If you look at Chestnut Street, you have to have access to the Chestnut parking lot. That's 25% of the street. You also can't set it up so that cars have to make a U-turn. And, after discussions with Jackie, it really seemed like the setup we had before was
Well,
pretty
now we're
much
talking
the most...
about discussions about location.
Yeah.
And that takes us out of that realm of things that Paul can talk about, so.
And I'm not saying anything.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
he's not saying
Not
anything.
That's
But
why I
they're
suggested-
overlapping. So
That's why I suggested that you deal with, number one, do you want them?
Yeah.
Number two, you got pedestrian malls and dining corrals. You can talk about the frequency of them. And there may be some other questions. I know Heather raised a bunch. Once you get done with those, then you can discuss what are you going to do about location, and you can do that with Paul's, without him being involved.
So, Paul, you said you want it every weekend.
So should we just go through everyone first?
I think let's start with following
Matt's recommendation.
Right.
Yeah, Matt's
Right.
recommendation and Heather's very good outline in terms of issues.
I think what Matt was saying, and I don't want to, is that we talk about our commitment to the overall idea first.
First of all, the
and then we-
concept,
right.
because it
And then we
was
get into
tabled.
the details after.
Is everyone in favor of having a pedestrian plaza?
Yes.
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 Good.
Yes.
Let's start with.
Do you want to do the same thing for dining corral so we get it out of the way?
I think dining corral is a separate issue.
Okay.
Is absolutely a separate issue, and I'll follow down Heather's outline. Days that the pedestrian plaza will be in operation. Previously, it was all day Saturday and Sunday. I believe that is the only way to begin this, because without Saturday and Sunday, there really is no time to do it. So it worked very effectively previously, so I would recommend we continue that.
Agreed.
That's fine.
Good?
Agreed. I will say that as it expands, potentially Friday might be a day because so many people are working from home. But I'm good for now, for Saturday and Sunday. I just want to say that while on the campaign trail, because a lot of people loved this, and there was the call for even more, because commuting is down on Mondays and Fridays, and people from the public were echoing that Friday might be a good day, not for the summer, but future summers.
And actually, I agree with you, Siobhan, and what I have in the back of my mind is let's get this thing started, and perhaps if it goes well and it is very successful, as we anticipate and hope it will be, perhaps September and October we could discuss a pilot of going Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at that time.
Agreed.
But
I just want to say it because a lot of people were from the public saying it. So I'm fine for Saturday and Sunday.
Great. Dates the pedestrian plaza will be in effect. Previously, it was from May through the end of September. In 2021, that was in 2020. In 2021, it was limited to basically July and August. My recommendation, because we want to do it in the summer, but there are a lot of people around in May and June and September and October. When the warm weather hits, this brings people out. This creates the experience. So my recommendation would be that we begin it on May 1st. We take it to the end of October, and then see how the weather goes from there. We can always change it as we proceed, but clearly September and October are great months. May and June are great months. And again, I believe that this is something that, again, the residents want, but this is something that will reinvigorate our central business district. So I would recommend we go for we begin with the eye towards a 6-month season.
I'm completely against 6 months. I mean, I just think we're going to put a lot of people out of business.
And to that end, there are so many businesses hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, this is going to put the nail in the coffin.
No. This is what will keep many businesses from going out of business. That's what's not seen, is all the businesses that are just hanging in there and hoping that this returns, because this is what, during COVID, they thrived.
Oh,
because of
absolutely.
this.
I agree, but that's when people couldn't go into the restaurants.
In 2021, they could. In 2020, they couldn't. Necessity is the mother of invention. This is what started this and gave us this idea. But then in 2021, they could go in the restaurants.
But I think people were still very
I think with
uncomfortable.
respect to the time, we need more information from the police. I know that sometimes the police felt that staffing it was a little bit cumbersome, and 6 months is a lot. Personally, I feel very strongly that should be extended into the fall for sure. I love that, because when it's over in summer and everyone's excited to be back in town, and there's this resurgence into the town from my perspective, like in September and October. But I feel that similar to location, the police should probably be, can they staff it? Is it too much of a drain? I mean, Heather, I don't know if you allowed, I would worry that, maybe it's somewhere like the Goldilocks in the middle. But I love it from the perspective of eating and participating in town. I just worry about the drain, and I do feel that the police should be part of this discussion.
I mean, my concern is that if we start big and we charge folks, a fee for being able to use the space, and we decide later that maybe we shouldn't have gone as long as we did, those folks would then potentially have a refund coming, which I don't think we want to deal with. What I would propose is wording it such as we will have a pedestrian plaza starting at least this date and ending it, or that will run at least 8 weeks or at least 12 weeks or something along those lines. So we have a little bit of wiggle room if by the end of September it starts to maybe peter out a little bit. We don't have to go all the way into October, although I do agree with Siobhan that week after Labor Day I think will be absolutely huge in town, especially with all the kids coming back to school. But I would word it that we will start it and we will run it from at least mid-May to mid-September, but then have the option to extend if it is in fact, as big as I think it, Paul, as you may think it will be, and I'm not going to disagree with you, but I would word it as a minimum. We'll have it for a minimum of 12 weeks, ending here, with the ability to extend it if in fact the businesses, work out from it.
I'm absolutely good with that.
Okay.
I think you have to consider also the programming, because it's the activities, the music, it's, all those things that draw people. And 6 months of programming is a lot to fill up. And on the other hand, if we go for a certain period and then say we might extend it, then whoever is getting that message out, whoever's doing the advertising, you got to give them a long, as long a timeline to get that word out as possible. Don't just tell them, look, we're going to go in 2 weeks. We're going to have an extra pedestrian plaza in 2 weeks. Go advertise it, because that's not enough time for them.
I'm good with the May 15th to September 15th, with the option to extend as we see how successful it is. And certainly the entertainment is a huge part of this. When we did it in the past, we did not have any problems getting entertainment. There are many local bands. There are lots of things. Again, this is a new day, a new year. I'm good with beginning May 15th or mid-May, whatever that means.
Beginning no later than May 15th, ending no earlier than September 15th, something like that. And however, and we'll look at a calendar to make sure it lines up with this weekend.
Sure.
But that's 4 months.
And
Again, and if it's going great, we can always extend, and at that point we can decide if we're going to charge some of these businesses or just extend out their contract. But it doesn't then require us to go into late October, if in fact that doesn't seem to be working.
I think it's a great suggestion. Everyone good with those
Does
dates?
everyone agree with that? May
Yes.
15th to September 15th?
No, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay.
We'll
So then the
Good.
other question related to that is holiday weekends, because you have July 4th, you have Memorial Day, you have Labor Day. They did not do the Pedestrian Plaza on those weekends because, they felt there would be people out of town. So on those weekends, we didn't do the Pedestrian Plaza. Both
And also,
years.
how do you do the parade?
The parade is,
Yes.
Oh,
you can't do it on parade day.
Well, if the parade is on a weekend.
Right.
Yeah, it'll be a
But-
weekday, I think, this year. I
So
think.
July 4th is a Saturday.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Mhm.
sorry.
Yeah, and then you have Memorial
So we wouldn't
Day.
do it then, right?
But also, wouldn't staffing be an issue on holiday weekends with the police?
Yes.
I actually spoke to Jackie about this, and I asked her because I know that staffing was critical in this, and we should clearly bring her in to speak for herself. But she did not believe that staffing would be an issue, that she felt that there were enough towns who have a similar policing approach that she could work with, and she said she still had to speak to them. So, but that it would likely not be an issue. But again, we need to confirm that, because that's an absolutely critical issue in all of this. And if we don't have the staffing, we cannot go that way.
Right. So I have a question.
July 4th is not a Saturday.
Oh.
It is next
It's a weekday.
It's a Tuesday in 2023.
Oh, how'd it go from a Tuesday to a Saturday?
It doesn't, it's Tuesday.
Okay.
I
But-
think Paul was talking about the challenge, the electronically challenged. I certainly fit into that category, but in 2023, July 4th is a Tuesday.
So I don't know if this is a question, it's not on the first page, but, so for, the police, the extra salary, who pays for that?
That's on here.
The merchants and the restaurants
Pay
pay
for
for every
everything.
nickel of this.
Okay.
And, I mean, just to give you an idea, there was never any problem in funding this.
No, because, they make a lot of money.
So-
It's great for them.
Sure.
No
So-
doubt about it.
So I think the issue in terms of holiday weekends,
Right.
what I would recommend is, as long as it does not interfere with other village activities like the 4th of July parade,
Which it won't.
that we need to do it or at least try it. My first year in business, I was open 365 days a year because I needed to find out what days were good and what days were not good. And I found out, and it turned out that there were only 2 days in the year that were not worthwhile for me. But until you try it, you don't know. So that would be my recommendation.
And I don't know if it was based on entertainment, maybe, that they felt they couldn't get that, or just to give it, a lot of people would go away on a long weekend, but whatever the majority wants is what we'll do, obviously.
We only have 2 holiday weekends, right?
3.
What's the third?
Memorial Day, Labor
Labor
Day.
Day.
And 4th of July.
And-
Like July 4th is not a
Right.
weekend.
Yeah, so it's 2.
I mean, and then the potential of Columbus Day. with
Columbus
the
Day,
Monday,
possibly,
if we
right.
extend it.
But if 4th of July is on a Tuesday,
Right.
I think a lot of people will take a 4-day week. I think it'll
Yeah,
be
yeah.
a Saturday, Sunday, Monday,
But
Tuesday
it's not like an
holiday.
official.
Right,
Right.
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 Listen, and there are less people here in the summer than there are in May, June, September, and October.
Sure.
The busiest month of the year by far is June, because you have warm weather, people are out of school, college kids are home, but no one has gone away yet. That being said, once July 4th comes, the town clears out. That being said, Pedestrian Plaza is very successful in the summer. It is even more successful in the shoulder months when we have people still here, but it's successful the entire time. So I recommend that we, as long as it does not interfere with village activities like the 4th of July parade, that we go with it on holiday weekends.
Okay. Just give me your thoughts. Yes?
Yeah,
Yep.
totally.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Everyone's okay with that?
Let's
Yes?
start with Saturday and Sunday, and maybe those are the weekends where we might want to expand it for a third day.
Good.
Okay. The next one was, would both, it kind of relates to the dining corrals, but it's also the pedestrian plaza. Would both retail and restaurants be able to go into the streets? We did allow both to go into the streets when the pedestrian plaza was active.
Again, because I dealt with everyone, those retail merchants that I was able to drag into the street because they were reticent initially, found it to be their most successful days in the history of their business. So we certainly want to allow retail, in addition to restaurants, to participate, and then it will be up to us to persuade them to give it a try. But absolutely, everyone should be allowed to participate. And what I would even say is that those merchants, we had one merchant that is on Hudson Street, and we didn't have the pedestrian plaza on Hudson Street, but we found an available location for that merchant, and they were a clothing merchant, ladies' clothing. This merchant was out every single weekend. We were able to bring them into the pedestrian plaza, even though their business is not located there.
All right. So another question is the music and performances. Obviously, there were bands in Memorial Park at Van Ness Square on Saturday nights. There were other, individuals throughout. I know the Guild does music in the night on the weekends. In addition, there were performances on Sunday afternoons. I know the Chamber of Commerce arranged for some of those. And then also there were, a local resident did Sunday nights. So are we looking to do that as well?
My recommendation is absolutely. The bands and the performers were a giant draw. Ridgewood became a happening place. There was always something going on. And if there was a band playing in the park at 2 o'clock and you didn't get there at 2 o'clock, there was another band playing at 4. And so, and we had many volunteers who were coordinating performers, in addition to the Guild and the Chamber, and I know, Heather, your office was doing that, and with great success. We didn't have a lot of trouble getting performers there. So, and there are lots of other activities that we can do. I know, for example, the Parks and Rec during Christmas tree lighting had s'mores in the park. So, this is something that we can create a buzz about and do lots of things. And we're going to try things. I think lots of them will work. There will be things that won't work. But we're going to figure it out, and I think it's going to be better and better every year.
Yeah, I think it's a definite yes. I mean, this was one of the things that made it really special, was allowing the performances and music and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. And dance classes by Arthur Murray's studio on the street was really a hoot.
Yeah, and I know that didn't Heart of Motion also have performances, so there were all different types of artistic things. So Touch a Truck, mini Touch a Truck. So we just did it in one little area. It wasn't, 15 different vehicles, but it was something. If we're going to do it, I'm not saying, I'm saying set a date in the sense that are we going to do one in June and one in August, or just one in July? Just so we have an idea. It's tough because it is summer, and obviously employees are on vacation, and we need employees to man or person the trucks. So it's something to consider, certainly, but we need to determine if that's something we want to do, and then we can determine how many times to do it.
I think that's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think once is enough in a season. It gives people something to look forward to, especially the children. If you do it more than that, it becomes ho-hum.
And actually, May is the month that the actual Touch a Truck event is held. So we wouldn't have to do it in May. So maybe, halfway through, maybe in September when people come back. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
And I would leave it to the village manager's discretion.
Okay.
That, if it was successful in June, perhaps we can do it again in September, as long as it worked logistically for the village.
Okay.
Heather, too, if there's a natural parlay, like, acknowledging workers and things like that, how there's always everything is a month or a memorial, how we can do it that way, could parlay to honoring people this way.
Sure.
I love Touch a Truck. I just want to say that the kids love it. It's so great. And I thought this year the holiday decorations of the trucks was great, too, because that's sort of a second Touch a Truck.
Absolutely.
That's right. So then it was just other entertainment, which included the performances. We covered who was covering the cost. All right. So I didn't have any other questions or things to talk about for the pedestrian plaza per se. I don't know if any of you had other things that you wanted to consider.
I did.
Go ahead.
So sorry. So while I was, and I think Pam had this too, because we talked about it. So I don't want, so with the pedestrian plaza, there were some people who had some concerns, and I met with a couple of them. And I think one of the things we wanted to talk about potentially is putting some 15-minute meter parking for the businesses that are more service-oriented or grab and go in the interior behind Park West lot. So, I went out because people were saying, I just want to go in and I want to grab my shoes, or I want to pick up flowers from beers. Remember we had this discussion?
Oh, you're talking about the Chestnut
Yeah.
lot.
So I think when the police are here, we want to talk about the fact that in the central business district, particularly on the north side, we may need more 15-minute meter parking to offset the fact that, the barriers will be there, like you come in by the old Lenny's Pizza, take a left. We might want 2 or 3 meters back there, because then you have the alleyway access over to Oak, and then, so I don't have the exact locations, but the 15-minute meter parking is so great for a lot of reasons, and I do feel that one of the prevailing negative feedback that I got from the merchants who said, oh, this could have been better, was that there was no easy in, easy out access for, everybody was super positive and very nice, but just, I'm there to pick up an incidental. So, I don't know if I have a couple ideas on the locations. I don't know how we would begin to do that, but there was an overwhelming sentiment for service providers and grab and go items that you just are running in for. And I did walk the dog, and I took some pictures of where I thought they would work, but that's just me and the dog. Do you want me to send them to you, or I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I actually went and looked at that location in the Chestnut Street lot. Behind the Shoemaker on Oak Street, and I thought it was a great way to try to address the service providers' issues, of which there are in last year's pedestrian plaza zone. There are only a handful. There are businesses that are service providers, but that would be
I don't want to go backwards. I just felt like that
would be a great place to put those.
So should I just show you the spots by the alleyways? I'll send them to you and take the meter numbers, and I'll send them to you and Jackie.
And this way we can discuss it and see what they're,
okay.
Or if they would think of other options, maybe.
Yeah, the general sentiment is that on the north side, like closer to the Y, they were underutilized because you can access still more on the south, like on my side by the bus station over there was more. So, are you guys okay with that?
No, I love the 15-minute meters. I think that to give people an opportunity to be able to go to the shoot, because, I mean, if you're trying to go down Oak Street and you see the barriers, you're like, I'm not going there today. Right. But we would have to promote, people would have to know
Where they are.
that they can go down Chestnut and get into the lot and get a 15-minute meter and walk through the alley. So
Right.
that's really important to let people know that they can do that.
Okay.
We can make a video. Me and you, Lorraine, in 1 minutes. We're the only ones who love the quarters that much.
Okay, so then, can we talk about dining corrals now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, dining corrals, I'm just seeing where we start with that. So I guess it's on the second page. Again, it will be the dates that they're in effect. Previously, obviously, it was all the time when we couldn't eat inside the restaurants. And then it was just during the pedestrian plaza. But again, I think that we stopped them like November 1st or December 1st because of, well, downtown for the holidays, but also because of the possibility of plowing. And so I don't know if you want to stop it, if you just want to continue it all year round. I don't know.
I think it's a great advantage to have a more limited season. It is, when we had it year-round, people did not come out in the cold weather. So I believe that, something along the lines of May 1st to October 1st. And it is good for everyone. It clears the streets. It limits the expense to the merchants and restaurants, and I think that works best.
Why don't we just make it easy and just line it with the same dates as the pedestrian plaza? And do the same language, starting no earlier than, ending no later than. It gives us the option to extend it if we wanted to as well, but it just makes it easy.
I'm good with that.
So mid-May to mid-September.
I'm very good with that.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I think the dining corrals can go longer, and I think there's certain Broad Street locations that are a little disadvantaged. I feel that we should treat them separately. These are my thoughts about dining corrals. I think the more we can get people to go out, eat outside, participate, and do all these wonderful things is great. I think dining corrals worked really well. I love them. I thought they were a buffer. I thought they increased our business footprint and added revenue. I know places like Esagidio, when I was, again, walking the dog, saw a serious reduction because their footprint was released. And I think we need to be mindful of Broad Street because they're outside of the pedestrian zone. I also feel that, while I understand the cement blocks and they served a very functional purpose, I think when we begin this, we need to be honest that as people, if this is the direction we're heading, and it is, that there needs to be people who are more serious about having outdoor dining and can have movable corrals that go up and down and can remain up longer. So, for example, I know that Glenn at Steel Wheel had a design, and he would probably want to leave it up the whole entire time, absent snowfall, and we want to make sure they're safe. So what I was thinking is that we could have different times for the reasons I just said. I don't know what those times are because I'm a little nervous right now. And then the second part of that is that we move to restaurants who want to make more of an infrastructure commitment rather than the cement barriers, do so and apply, I don't know, Matt, you can help me out here, maybe before the planning board, so we're sure that they're safe, they're removable, and before they, the ballards, like, they'll own them, but I'm assuming the streets need to be set up to receive them, and that could be an application of who wants to do it. Because some of the more broader designs are prettier, and I think Ridgewood could do, I understand why we were, and I'm not criticizing them at all, but I really didn't love the cement barriers, and I think we need to move towards a more charming element on the dining
If
cross.
if it's a temporary and it's going to be limited to a period of time during warmer months or whatever, I think there should be a mechanism we can utilize without having to file an application before the planning board, because that takes, you'd put your application in now in order to get heard and get a resolution developed and prepared and adopted so that you could start it in May. So we would want to avoid having to go through that process, but we can have the discussion about whether a building department or even a the site plan, the site plan review committee.
Spec.
The spec, yeah,
Right.
go with spec, something different that may allow it, because it is a temporary structure and it's not going to be a permanently attached item to the facility. So I think there's a better way
I mean,
than doing
it was done through the code enforcement officer. I
Yeah.
mean, as
That may be
as
the
far as the
easiest.
layout, as far as where the tables were placed, where the corrals were placed. So it was done that. I think it worked well.
And although this much, I don't know what Siobhan had, from your description, it may be more than just putting up the barriers and putting up tables. It
Right.
seems to be.
What else are you looking at?
So, I mean, going back to the I'm fine with the barriers for now, but has anyone seen Glenn's design?
Oh, yeah.
It's
Oh, sure.
beautiful.
Distributed it
It's
here.
like- have you guys seen it?
I haven't seen it.
I mean, if we could get that a copy from, that's the direct, it's more vibrant, it's more.
And I think if we can look at that, then
yeah.
we can pass it around and see if there's a comfort level of comfortability with the official or with, some other group.
I have a question, because I forget whether it was on the planning board or the council, but I remember Chris was involved, and he brought us ideas for ballards that were like, permanent, that went into the ground.
know
I
we did it
do
before the
not
council.
remember the cost. I remember it being expensive. I remember
They're expensive.
that it wasn't going to be paid for by the restaurant, like they wanted the village to pay for it.
Let me jump in, because there are a couple of issues here. First is the cement blocks, the bollards, and then some further expansion of the dining corrals to perhaps what Glenn had proposed at some point. And I've had what Chris had come in with as a proposal was vehicle defeating bollards. And the way they work is that you need to drill a hole in the street. A sleeve is placed in there. The bollard goes into the street and then sticks up 3 or 4 feet, and it is removable by the restaurant owner. So you don't need the village at that point to come in and bring blocks in and not bring blocks in. And I've discussed this with him recently, and what he said is he's still got that plan, and but he said because of supply chain issues, that perhaps this year, because we are beginning now in January for May, it is a very short window, that we are likely looking at the concrete blocks for this year. But and I think what we're talking about is, we're talking about a this year and a next year plan. So this year, it would likely be the concrete blocks while we work on a bollard proposal. The bollard proposal that was on the table, because it was the village's streets, is that the village would participate with the CBD. Each participant would be responsible for purchasing the bollards. The bollards would be uniform. They would be purchased by the village so that they could buy them in bulk and in mass. The restaurants would purchase them from the village, and the village would drill the holes and place the sleeves. At the time, the proposal was that the village would work with the Central Business District to do this at its own expense. Now, that was also during COVID when everyone was suffering. So I think the cost of the drilling is something that we can discuss once we agree on the bollards, but that was what was on the table at the time. The great thing about those bollards is that even if we go to the next step, which is some kind of a structure, you still want those vehicle defeating bollards. So in the let's crawl before we can walk scenario, let's see what we can get together for this year. I think we're likely looking at the concrete blocks. Chris would begin, if we instruct him, to begin pursuing more information about acquiring the bollards. In terms of the enforcement of this. Again, it was done through the building department. And what I would, because it's a short window for this year, is that for next year, this be enveloped into the cafe ordinance. Because it's a similar season, it's similar issues, so it would be something that the building department would approve. You would have to submit when you have in the sidewalk cafes. Every year, every restaurant must put together a scaled drawing, submit it, and literally every table and chair must be done to scale. Passageways must be measured so that we have clearance, and then they approve it, deny it, or ask that you tweak it so that it falls within the ordinance. And what I would recommend is that in 2024, that we begin the process this year, we include dining corrals in that cafe ordinance, because that was ultimately where it was. It actually worked that way, because to get a dining corral the last 2 years, you needed, it was treated as though it was part of the cafe ordinance.
There are just a number of enforcement issues that may come up with this. I even know that, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, some people had put out outdoor cafes without submitting the plan and without getting a license. So enforcement's an issue. Also, in terms of the structures into the vehicle right-of-way, into the roads, it may be a type of an easement situation, particularly if the property owner or the business owner is going to own those bollards and keep to use them, so we're going to have to do a few things like that. But those can all be taken care of. The main issue is just finding out exactly how far this might go and what might be needed. So.
Can I add one more thing about outdoor dining, and then I'm sorry. So I agree we should do the concrete for this year and then explore other options for the next year. I think that's the way to go, because the beautification thing is going to come into effect. There is an ordinance right now, and I might be wrong because I'm not a lawyer, that restricts outdoor dining at certain periods of the year. Mm-hmm. And I think when we're...
at certain times.
Yeah.
It is actually, it is not in effect this year.
Okay.
Because
I'll just check that.
Okay, because I don't think we should have any restrictions.
Okay, we can talk.
Okay, I'm right there, because, I think there was one that precluded it from around my birthdays at the end of January and February, and the reason was snowfall, but, today was 67 degrees. So I think while we're looking at outdoor dining, we should look at things like that and eat outside more.
And the history of that is that it has always been a year-round license. Maybe 2 years ago, the council restricted it to, I don't remember.
It's like 12 or 8 weeks.
Yeah. It's like 8 months or something like that. The packet that was distributed to restaurant owners this year said that in 2023, it will be a 12-month license. Mm-hmm. So the council, I'm sure we can check the ordinance just to see if that's a reprieve for this year, but I agree with you. It should be a year.
I want to remove it because it's actual ordinance.
I agree.
think we should, vote on that, because then
We'll take a look
out
at
of the
it.
code. So if we could get a copy, and that's it. Everyone can meet me outside for a drink and a meal this summer.
And Matt, in terms of enforcement, you have to look at the front page of this year's packet. In bold letters, it says, essentially, do not even think about putting a chair or a table outside until you have received your license. I know we have a new...
Those issues just have to be dealt with, that's all.
Absolutely.
So I have a question, and Paul won't be able to talk about this, but so are we going to allow dining corrals everywhere, on every street? Anybody that wants one, that gets approved for it?
Well, right, that's the thing. It always had to be approved by the police department, so
Okay.
and the engineer, because they had to take into account how far it was going to come out, how narrow the street was,
Right.
what other factors were at play.
Because I get very nervous with East Ridgewood Avenue and the buses.
Correct.
I mean, it's narrow. If you
Right.
have dining corrals opposite each other,
But they'd look at all that, And so we actually had some that were on East Ridgewood Avenue go into like Prospect Street lot because it wasn't feasible for them to be on East Ridgewood Avenue. There were some that were on East Ridgewood Avenue, but it was a little bit wider. So it has to be approved by the engineer and the police department, traffic bureau. So, and like I said, they take into account all that. And in fact, there was one that was on East Ridgewood Avenue, which it didn't really benefit them, so they ended up not doing it after a while. So it won't be any, and they have to abide by what that decision is, because if it's not safe, we can't allow it.
Right. And is the price that Bob Rooney recommended, $350 a month?
That's what his recommendation based on his calculations. So it was $250 per space, which was really a cut rate amount. So that's his suggestion. It's a talking point again. I think $250 was low, but maybe the happy medium is $300. Maybe it's $275. I don't know, but $350 is more realistic as to what the actual usage would be. But that wouldn't even be the turnover. It would just be if it were like one car parked during that time frame.
Right.
So that's up to you to discuss and make a decision.
And then there were, I think, 2 restaurants that had outdoor dining on their own private property.
Correct.
Those restaurants that have outdoor dining on their private property are not covered under the cafe ordinance.
That's right. That's right. Charges? So this is per parking space per month. And someplace like Steel Wheel took up a lot of parking spaces, but they paid for it. But again, I don't know that 250 is the magic number. I don't know that that's. We're not getting back what we would have gotten.
No, I mean, we should follow the CFO's advice and do $350.
I agree.
The one concern that I have about that is Broad Street is not the same as the tree streets because you have the diagonal. So to cover the same linear amount of footage, Glenn has to pay more money because he gets more spots. Does that, you know what I'm saying? If you go like this, you stack 4 cars as opposed to Randy and Park West has 3. So,
Right.
I mean, I think we need to be equitable to them. And
But
I don't
still,
know if
it's,
right.
you need to be equitable to the village. If the
Yeah.
village is
agreed,
losing.
agreed. I just think we need to be, that's one thing that's always sort of bothered me is that it's, do you understand what I'm saying, Paul?
Say it again?
So that on Broad Street, if you wanted 10 feet, you're going to have to assume, I'm just using this, like 3 spots. If you wanted 10 feet on Oak Street, you only need 1 because of the length. Because
Yes, but, no, and this, I think I'm good. The difference is that the Broad Street restaurants have much wider dining corrals. They had the greatest advantage when you have angled parking.
Yeah.
So that's not an issue in terms of equity. Because they're getting a lot more.
No, agreed. And
space.
our job is to get the money for the village. I understand that. I just wanted to mention it because it sometimes comes up from the business community.
Okay, so is everyone okay with the $350 per space?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So then the next item is, so the rates charged for seating in outdoor cafes and dining corrals. So this is the current rate structure. I'm not necessarily advocating to change that, but that's what it is. So when you have the corrals, obviously you have more room, so you have additional tables and chairs. So therefore, you pay more, which makes sense.
Are these rates per month, per season?
Per season.
Right.
Okay.
So that's a bargain.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
I think that's great. And then we
Okay,
get
okay,
extra
so
parking.
we'll keep that rate structure. Maybe we'll look, I know it hasn't been changed in a while, so maybe for 2024, we might look at it, but.
Yeah, I think that's right. I would definitely support raising these rates for the following year. I mean, especially 'cause this is, as Paul has said, this makes a lot of money for some of these folks, and to have the village see a little more of windfall, or actually not windfall's the wrong word, see a little more income out of it is probably appropriate, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be a huge difference. I'm okay waiting a year on it.
Okay. And then the other question is, are there going to be tents, greenhouses, igloos, and bubbles permitted?
I'm going to recommend against that at this point, because the tents, greenhouses, igloos, and bubbles were a result of the inability to have indoor dining. This was a lot of winter stuff, and we're not looking at this as a winter activity. Right. I have to say, the village and the enforcement people, who are generally incredibly strict and had been almost impossibly difficult to deal with during COVID, were so good to work with, given the emergent nature of what was going on. That being said, I think for 2023, for sure, we have no need for tents, greenhouses, igloos, and bubbles. And this is something that if we look into, and again, for lack of a better term, the structure issue of the Glenn Carlo proposal, we can revisit that as this thing develops and as we start, again, assuming for a moment that it's all going to be very successful, and we go to bollards, then we can begin to look at what, if any, structure we want to put up.
I agree with that also, because when you get into the tents and the igloos, then you're talking about the sandbags that have to hold up the ropes and everything. They're a tripping hazard. Yeah. They were ugly, and during the winter was when people complained that the dining corrals were messy and dirty and full of litter, and I'd love to avoid that.
We learned so much in the 2 years that we did this, and as we look to the possibility of making this a permanent part of our central business district, we are going to learn much more, and we're going to tweak this to figure out what works, what doesn't work for the businesses and the residents.
Okay, so we have some guidance, which is good, and what we'll do is I'll speak with the Traffic Bureau and with the chief about, various concerns about the pedestrian plaza, location, things like that. And maybe we'll bring it back the 25th or maybe the first meeting in February, whichever works out.
Good.
Okay?
Great.
Okay. Thanks. So the next, I think, is adopting the notice of claim. So the Bergen County JIF has updated its notice of claim form. The General Counsel for JIF would like us to redo what our existing notice of claim form is, and this should be done on an annual basis, and this is in order to get the full benefit pertaining to notice of claim forms. So they have a revised form, different than the one that we've had for many years from them. So the recommendation is to adopt this with the resolution, and then we would place it on our website is what they've asked, and also anyone who files a claim would have to file on the official form. Okay.
Well, just like last year, this notice of claim is full of typographical errors, and I'll hand it over to you.
Sure that we look
but
at
why
them.
should we adopt something that is so full of errors?
We can correct it.
We will
Here,
correct
I'm
it.
passing to you my
Okay,
version.
I'll take it.
And also, where it should go on the village website, I think under the tab that says, I want to, I think it should be part of the drop-down, file a notice of claim.
Okay, we can do that. So we're trying something new. The review of the next week's agenda, I'm not going to go through it. The only thing I am going to let you know are things that perhaps we haven't discussed because they may be annual ones. One is appointing a joint insurance fund commissioner. It's always been the manager. As long as you're okay with that, I'll continue in that role. And appointing the public agency compliance officer also has always been the manager, so I'll just continue in that as long as you're okay with it. The other ones that were not on this agenda that I just want to add to it is the hybrid access, I don't know what you want to say, guidelines. We won't do anything for a pedestrian plaza yet or dining corrals. And then the last one was the awarding of the professional services contract for the consultant for energy aggregation. Other than that, we discussed all of these other items on the agenda. So I don't know if any of you would want to have any of these current ones off of a consent agenda, which means that you want it read in full and you will not be voting yes, because anything on the consent agenda is approved by everyone. So if there is anything, you can let me know. Certainly, please let me know by Monday at the latest, just so I can put it in the right order. Okay?
Yep.
All right.
So, public comments?
Reorg Hallaby, 1 Franklin. I figured I'd disappoint you if I did not come up again with public comments.
We would have been crushed, Mr. Hallaby.
So, first and foremost, I have never ended a village council meeting feeling as happy as I am right now. What a civilized meeting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, a meeting like this could be broadcast to Civics 101 in various colleges as to what a democracy is all about, the respect you show to each other, etc. Now, this is one. Secondly, as far as improvement to public comments, and it wasn't clear actually what was what's intended, but what I'd like to suggest is that whatever rules you set on people like me should also apply to people like you. It has to be a two-way street. Okay? As far as lapel mics, it's high time you do that, because some of you are much better at carrying your voices to the back than others. And what happens is when you talk to each other and you start going this way and that way, the voice goes up and down. So continue talking into the mic, if you will. But I think the idea of these lapel mics is a great idea. Also, while you're at it, is replace these monitors. I mean, these monitors are smaller than the one I have at home in which I watched. They're way too small, because when you're sitting back there and you have something up there, you can't read the stuff. You can have monitors twice the size, and right now monitors like this are dirt cheap. So you should, I suggest you do that, if you will. My last comment concerns pedestrian plazas, and I'm delighted with the opinion or research that Matt Rogers has done, because it never made sense to me that Paul Vagianos, who probably knows more about the central business district than any one of us, basically recuses himself. Do you have a conflict? Yes, you do. But you know something? You disclose it. And that's it. And you move on. I could listen to the comments that were being made, that you knew so much about what was happening, and you're recusing yourself and pushing yourself away. We all lose, if you will. And also this idea, this nonsense, frankly, of people getting hurt. How many people get hurt when you have more feet walking around the central business district? I mean, Manhattan is looking at converting Fifth Avenue from 42nd Street to 59th Street into a pedestrian mall. Are they stupid? Are they crazy? How about London, Paris, cities around the world are inviting people to walk around the towns, if you will, around the, what have you. No one loses. I mean, I'm sure there's some guy who happens to be in this location, that location might lose, if you will. But the big thing is to get density, to get people to walk around. So I'm really happy that the pedestrian plazas is coming back, and whether it starts and frankly, it should start May 1st and go through the end of October. October is a great month to sit outside and enjoy a nice Indian summer, if you will, and what have you. And also with the dining corrals and how you do them, when you start them, etc., becomes like a detail. But again, ladies and gentlemen, for all it's worth, this 82-year-old man will go back to his apartment and have a good night's sleep because of a wonderful, wonderful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Halaby.
thank you, Matt.
I will tell you that in terms of what you get from this council will be what we expect from that podium, and that respect goes both ways.
Thank you.
So nothing will interfere with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I close public comment, and we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Matt, I also have a fuzzy recollection that the state, by statute, is right now allowing pedestrian plazas only through 2024.
Yeah, there was a executive order that came from the governor's office.
Yeah, executive order.